Hello, everyone, and welcome to tonight's episode of Critical Role, where a bunch of us nerdy-ass voice actors sit around and play Dungeons & Dragons. Before we get into it, first off, I want to welcome back our fantastic Ashley Birch.
Ashley Birch, everybody!
Hello.
Excited to have you back, and for those who missed the announcement on Talks Machina, she'll be joining us for the next episode as well.
Shit, yeah.
And for our Gen Con live show.
And maybe more?
We'll see where it goes.
Okay.
I don't want to take up too much of her time, but we'll see where it goes. And we will have some point this evening other guests joining us, which we'll introduce as she comes in. We have already announced her, so it doesn't matter why I'm holding it back for no reason. Somali will be joining us, but she'll be coming in as the narrative requires. So, in the meantime, let's go and get through some announcements.
Yes.
First and foremost, we have our fantastic sponsor for the campaign, our friends at D&D Beyond.
D&D Beyond, everybody. As mentioned last week, the newly revamped digital character sheet for D&D Beyond has released. With improved desktop and tablet views, better at-a-glance information, all kinds of customization, and an updated PDF export.
I'm really excited about that.
As you guys all remember, not you, a couple months back, I asked critters, critters out there who use D&D Beyond to write in and tell me about their D&D Beyond experiences. With the studio move and stuff, things got lost. So some of the letters got lost a little bit or misplaced, but we found them. And so I'm going to read you some of the letters from the fans. They're from a couple weeks ago. Dear Sam, loving D&D Beyond. Just used their easy character creator to roll a brand new character after my favorite PC was tragically killed last week. I'm still really sad about it, but watching your show is taking my mind off the loss. I love how Critical Role doesn't remind me about that death all the time. So again, these are from a few weeks ago, so I haven't...
You're such an asshole.
Dear Sam, my whole campaign uses D&D Beyond, and their new shareable links really help us play faster. Side note, I love your interactions with Taliesin in this campaign. Don't change that dynamic, it's perfect, and I can't get enough of it. Thank you. Dear Sam, just signed up. These are from a couple weeks ago. That is the premise. Dear Sam,
You mean the truth.
Dear Sam just signed up for a master level subscription at D&D Beyond, and all their content is so cool. I'm enclosing a photo of a tattoo I just got. It's my first, and I'm very proud, as you can see. That's Not and Molly Mock dancing together, and I know it's in cursive, so you might not be able to read that they're both saying, "We're gonna live forever." What do you think? There was a picture included in that.
For my
one.
first action, I killed Sam.
And last but not least, we got an actual letter from the D&D Beyond Corporation, which also got lost and found. It says, "Dear Sam, hey, let's refrain from anything sad or emotional in your ads this week. We want players to associate our app with fun, not intense loss that might trigger feelings of pain or misery. Keep it light. Do one of those dumb songs you write. Oh, and give our love to Taliesin. He's our favorite, and he's the only reason we advertise on your show." I could not have planned it because those are from weeks ago, Matt.
Yes.
I love that you lost the printed out email letters in our move.
Everyone used the same paper stock and font.
Yeah.
And they look really pristine.
All right. One of them was fake.
Thank you, Sam. Sure. And thank you, our friends at D&D Beyond. I'm sorry.
Hey, you gotta laugh.
No. All right. So moving on from that, as a reminder, we are heading to San Diego Comic-Con, like in a day, as well as Ashley.
I am.
We're going to be also at New York Comic-Con in October, which we're excited about. Our Comic-Con panel is this Saturday, July 21st at 6:30 p.m. in room 6 BCF. We'll air the panel next Tuesday in place of Talks Machina, so if you aren't there at the event, you'll still have a chance to see the panel next week. So look for that. The details are at critroll.com. I will also be doing a Cartoon Voices panel that same day on Saturday at 1 o'clock p.m. in the same room, 6 BCF. And Ashley, I believe you have something going on at Comic-Con as well?
Oh yeah, I'm going to be moderating the I think the final San Diego Comic-Con Adventure Time panel, because the series is ending. It'll be fun, but probably sad, but fun. It'll be fun. I was told to keep it light. So I'm keeping it light. And then in the evening, I'm going to be joining the Good Boys of the Adventure Zone at their live show. So I'm getting my D&D fill.
A lot of adventure.
A lot of adventure.
Yeah.
A lot of D&D.
Super excited for that.
It's great.
Give the boys our love.
I will.
Awesome. All right, moving on from that, we have, of course, Talks Machina every Tuesday, but next week you'll be able to see the panel, but the week after that you'll be able to talk about whatever next week's episode is and this week's episode together. So once every Tuesday at 7 p.m. Pacific here at Geek and Sundry's Twitch or Alpha, where our fantastic host, Brian W. Foster, destroys our sense of well-being and worth of living. So if you want to submit or email your gifts and fan art, get them to submit@talksmachina.com. Currently only US and Canada, excluding Quebec, are available for those giveaways and eligible to enter because weird laws. But check it out. And a reminder, we have our Wormwood giveaways during the break of Critical Role, but they are back under the Critical Role Twitch stream. So when we come to the break at the end of the, towards the middle of the evening, we'll announce it, but you go ahead and move over to the Critical Role Twitch, twitch.tv/Critical Role, to be able to enter it then. So keep your eyes posted, and we'll notify you as that comes about. That is all I've got as far as announcements. Anyone have anything else they want to talk about?
I just want to procrastinate and prolong the
Yeah.
impending.
What did you do today? What did you eat for breakfast?
Busy day? Was it a busy day?
You assume I ate breakfast. You assume I've eaten it all this week.
Oh no.
I'm sure if Laura were here, she would say there's still many Not the Best Detective Agency T-shirts in the store.
Oh, that's true.
Are there? I don't know.
I don't know. I should.
Laura?
Laura?
Okay, she's not here.
Travis, bring me pickles!
That's exactly what she'd be saying right now.
Yep.
Oh my god, that was a
spot
perfect
on.
Laura.
Yeah.
I thought she was here.
Known her a long time.
All right then. Well, that brings us into tonight's episode of
Oh God.
Critical Role.
On you.
Welcome back.
Oh.
So.
This is too much emotional whiplash.
Oh God.
Can you stand for the full 4 hours?
I want to.
Can you please?
Oh no! Oh God!
Metal!
You can see the wrinkles from where it was packaged.
Okay then.
Okay.
So, last we left off, the Mighty Nine were making their way northward across the northern side of the Marrow Valley towards the city of Shady Creek Run to fulfill the second of 2 jobs they'd accepted from the gentlemen while they were in Zadash. Along the journey, while they were leaving Hupperduk in the middle of the night, 3 of their members had been taken, and it was discovered in the morning when they were nowhere to be found that they had been captured by a group of slavers traveling north back to the city of Shady Creek Run itself. Upon investigating the details of this capture, you encountered an individual coming up the road with a similar aligning interest, Keg. In discussing the means of traveling to find these individuals responsible and discovering that Keg had information on them, You decided to travel together, making your way around the Crisp Vale thicket. Yes. Encountering a number of indigenous insect-like creatures known as ankegs near the long abandoned farmlands that were once built on the outskirts of the forest. Camping inside, you encountered a few members of what seemed to be a Furbolg village that had long existed and hidden from the world within this thicket that had been assaulted by these same slavers, known as the Iron Shepherds. You encountered an older elder, a protector of this tribe, along with a boy who had survived this encounter, and were sent off on your way. Traveling northward on horseback, you managed to catch up and actually make ground on the Iron Shepherds. And comparing your intel and through a few surprises as to what they were carrying, a plan was hatched to set an ambush, to halt them in their tracks and assault them. Upon the plan taking off, things were going in your favor, but through a series of bad lucks, the plural, that's an actual English phrase.
That's how bad they were.
They were bad. A series of moments of bad luck and a too late realization of the overwhelming power of the foe you faced. One of you fell. Mollymauk lay slain in the middle of the road at the hands of Lorenzo, the leader of the Iron Shepherds, in making an example, pushing Keg onto the ground, leaving her with the knowledge of what he perceives as her fault, and to live with it, and to spread the name of terror of what they do, and not to let anybody else get in their way. You all watched quietly, unable to really have a moment yet to digest what has happened as you see the carts slowly, quietly make their way northward, out of sight beyond the hills, towards your eventual destination. And that's where we begin. It's a faint bit of snowfall that's still coming down from the clouds above you, there in the valley. The flurry, the storm that has been encroaching is not that far off. And as you look down past the somewhat muddy tracks of the wheels of the carts that had headed away from you, your horses still stashed alongside the outer hills of which you had set this ambush, you look down to the bloodied still body of Mollymauk as the snow slowly begins to fall and rest upon his form.
Okay. I'm going to give us about 10 minutes to figure out what we want to do here. And then I am sending Franken out after them, but we need to decide something now, because I am going to be out of it for a bit.
Yeah. We do need to decide something. Bo walks over to Keg and grabs Keg by the coif and tries to slam Keg into the ground.
Do you resist?
Did you think that maybe telling us that Lorenzo was a high fucking magic user would have been... Or are you still fucking working with them?
I didn't know.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't know.
Beauregard, she would have told us. She wouldn't have been able to hide it.
Where's this fucking stupid tapestry? Where is it?
They're going to Shady Creek. They're probably going to take them to the Sour Nest. That's where they...
I go and I look. Is this tapestry still on her horse?
Yeah, the tapestry of Bahamut is still rolled up and kind of strapped over the back of one of the horses.
I storm over to it and I rip it off the horse and I say, This is ours now. He was our fucking friend. He wasn't your fucking friend. We're taking this back.
Pull Keg up. This place, they're going Is it permanent or a temporary camp or it has been there for years? This is where they always are.
That's where they always are.
Do you know how far off we are from it now?
How far is Shady Creek?
About 2 days travel, and it's maybe a 2-hour journey into the forest north of Shady Creek.
Go over to Molly's body.
This is pointless.
What? What is pointless?
They're even more powerful than I remember. I didn't even fucking know that Lorenzo could do that. You saw what he did. There's no way. It's fucked.
I think she's fucking right. How long have you been separated from these fucking assholes?
Maybe a month. I don't know.
You learned to do that in a month?
Yeah. It's not a lot of time to...
They didn't show me much. I'm clearly not very fucking bright, so there's a lot I probably didn't pick up on, but I don't know. I'm realizing I don't fucking know anything about them.
How many people are in that camp? What did you call it?
The Sour Nest is where the Iron Shepherds have camp,
Yeah.
but I mean, Shady Creek Run it's a full city. I mean,
Sure. What about the Sour Nest?
I thought there were just 5. I mean, I don't know who those other 2 were. I don't fucking know. Everything that I thought I knew about them, I don't know.
I search Molly's body and look for the tarot cards first.
Easy enough to find. You have to go through a few pockets in the inside of the jacket, but you eventually find where he keeps them.
I take those and I keep those to myself. Take the amulet.
Okay, so you have the parapet of wound potion.
Toss it to Caleb.
I'm just gonna pick his body off?
I'm gonna take what his dead body isn't using anymore.
But he woke up before. Maybe we should leave it with him in case he needs it later.
I'm gonna leave him with everything else. I don't think we should take his sword.
What do we want to do?
Caleb, she's right. We can't fight them.
Cut your losses.
Not without help, anyway. But did you guys just suddenly fucking forget that they took Yasha? They took Ford? They took Jester?
That is what I'm talking about. Molly Mock is dead. 3 are not yet, and we have invested a lot of time into forging this alliance we are in, not. I'm not proposing a head-to-head confrontation. Maybe. But I want to know where they are. I want to know what conditions they're in. I'm not willing to walk away from this.
It would be the smarter bet.
He's not wrong.
Yeah,
Fuck you both.
we could live. Sure, we could live. We could go hide in the woods. Go back to picking pockets and pulling scams on people. You know that I want more than that.
Do y'all remember what Molly said a few weeks ago? When he told us that he left every town better than what he found it? When he first told me that, I remember my first initial knee-jerk reaction was, you fucking arrogant, narcissistic bastard. No one can fucking know that. He was an arrogant bastard, but he was right. And do you know how I know? We had a conversation last night. We were up for watch. And he asked me what my greatest lie was, and we pulled fucking cards for it. Loser would go first. And he told me this story about tricking a town into thinking he was royalty and being a king to pull off a scam. And I was almost gonna tell him about my childhood. And I didn't, because he told that fucking story. And I realized even in his scams, when he was doing something shitty, he was still making people feel good or feel special. Like the town was being visited by, graced by his presence, by his royal highness. And I told him this story of ruining a couple's lives by extorting them because I fucking could. Because I fucking felt like it. So I realized if I can deliberately leave a town shittier than what I found it, of course he could fucking leave a town better than what he found it. I'm not gonna do that again. I'm not saying that, you know, I'm gonna go off and be a fucking hero, but maybe we can equal out and I can at least not fuck any more shit up. And take baby steps towards the leaving the town better thing. So that's the least I can do for him. I'm gonna start with these fuckheads.
I'll take you there.
All right.
What are we going to do first? The man crawled out of a grave once, if he's to be believed.
Who the fuck is Lucian?
He's done it once, maybe he will do it again. Do we stay here? Do we try to find... I have read of miracles.
Look, you guys don't have a lot of time for your friends. The ones that are captured.
We should bury him and leave some sort of a marker.
A note.
I'm assuming Shitty Creek doesn't have high-level priests in the Empire and churches and stuff like that. Doesn't sound like the type of place that has a...
The last place you would find something like that.
Yeah.
The only things that you would know of Shady Creek from your experience would be whatever miracle workers that would exist there are owned by the tribes.
Mm-hmm.
And weird tales of
Things going wrong.
strange hermits that live in the forest beyond the city.
Okay, but I haven't met anyone directly.
Not directly, no.
Okay.
And how far are we from... How many days travel are we from the beginning of this journey?
From the beginning?
Yeah.
Right now it would
From
be
the gentleman.
close to 17 or so days since you left Zadash.
We're in the middle of nowhere.
Keg. No judgment or anything, but you sort of froze up in the little fight we had.
Yeah.
When you say you can take us there, are you just talking about taking us there and dropping us off?
I'll take you there. I'll help you through. I'll do what I can.
How do we know you won't freeze up again?
Or cut and run, like you said.
The way you talk about Molly, I had a friend like that once. Just one. They killed him. And I ran then too. I left him behind. He's the reason I'm dead. I didn't think I would do it again. But I did. I fucking froze up. So I can't promise it, but I promise that I will. I'll try. My life isn't shit. It's never been. It's kind of the shit about meeting people that are actually kind is that you realize what a fucking nightmare your life's been before.
It's funny how the good people can make assholes like us feel so small.
You can get us there, though.
I can get you there.
It does not need to be a frontal assault. We don't need to
We can't
throw our
we
lives
can't
away.
fight them.
Here's the
We-
thing about
we
Shady
can't
Creek Run.
fight them.
Here's the thing about Shady Creek Run. It is a lawless town. And if you guys have got coin, then people will fight for you. There isn't a lot of honor there, but there are people that are willing to fight if they're incentivized. So there might be people we can gather, at least get intel. There might be ways of breaking them out. I don't know, but there are people there that hate the Iron Shepherds, and there are a lot of fucking people there that are scared of them. But it is a long shot. I don't think it's unreasonable to say it's a suicide mission. But if you want to do it, if you want to go after them, they don't run the town. There are people that could be swayed. But you're gonna need money.
I go back over to Molly's body and start finding this coin purse. He's gonna sponsor his own campaign of resurrection.
Okay. So on Molly, you find 173 gold pieces and 13 silver pieces. Amongst a cluster of other knickknacks and trinkets, if you are so interested.
Not. Want a trinket? Remember Molly by?
Molly said not to steal from happy people.
Is that what you think I'm doing?
No. I think you should take everything you can. But I can't steal from this one.
I don't
Take the
mean to rush you guys, but shit gets way worse once they get back to the Sour Nest.
I pull out the clay cat's paw and cast Earthen Grasp, and the cat's claw forms out of the dirt, and I use it to start digging a hole in the earth.
Near one of the hills, or?
Yeah, and as the cat's claw starts digging down, I'm looking if there's the glaive wasn't left, right? He took it with him.
No,
All
took it with him.
Sticks, branches, yeah.
There are branches to the tree that you had cut down, and some of the logs that are there. There are some, pieces of branch that can be utilized.
You trying to make firewood?
No. I go to Molly's body and begin to get the coat off him.
Okay.
And the claw has about a minute, so hopefully it can dig something deep enough.
I'd say the size of the claw and its earthen attachment, it can make in that minute that it has a fairly functional hole.
Okay, and start to pull him into the hole.
Let's wrap him in this cloth.
It's a good idea. We certainly can't carry it anymore. It's very impractical.
It was impractical the moment he bought it.
Absolutely. It's a terrible purchase.
I step back and look away to give them privacy.
Okay. And as you guys carefully and respectfully take the tapestry, the platinum dragon, Bahamut, and use it to wrap him comfortably, The spell ends and the hole is complete.
Are we leaving his swords? There's one that can teleport?
It's a pretty awesome sword, from what I remember.
Sure is.
I start to, I grab some paper out of my bag and I start writing a note to Mollymock, telling him to find us through the gentleman.
That's a good idea.
Tell him his name, too.
Yeah.
Or, ooh, we can make one up.
It's just Mollymock's pretty unique and different. It's a good name.
All right.
I take the swords.
Okay.
Or at least, is there one fancy one and one like basic one?
I mean, they're both pretty fancy, but one of them is kind of like a brass gold color. It's the one that you had found not too long ago.
That's the one.
The summer's dance.
Yeah, we'll take that one.
Okay.
We'll give it back to him. If he comes
It's
back
a
to us.
loan. It's a loan.
Well, and also like there might be grave robbers.
Yeah, fuck those guys,
looters.
right?
Yeah.
So I take that note and I stick it into the lapel of the folds of his clothes. And I just brush the hair out of his face. And then I start to push soil back over the body.
I help him.
Should we, say some words or anything?
Pour a drink.
Sure. I'll pour drinks.
Long may he reign.
Long may he reign.
It's the best fucking shit I got.
Shine bright, circus man.
I think you're supposed to say things about how good they were and how many people loved them and what a wonderful life they had. But I don't think any of those things are true, or at least we don't know. I don't think he even knew. So.
Caleb sighs and just takes like a 5-foot, 6-foot sturdy branch, one that could be a walking stick, and I take that stone, that lucky rock that I found, and I start to hammer the branch into the ground so it is sticking up like a post, and then hang Mollymock's coat from it.
That'll be stolen, though.
Not right away. And if he comes up out of the ground, it will be here waiting for him in a day or two.
Maybe you should write another note and leave it on the coat that says, "Don't fucking steal this, you fucking looter assholes. Dead guy's buried here."
I think we will just leave the coat, Beauregard.
I feel like a note could be very convincing. But I that's fair. All right, let's go.
Go after them?
Well, we do not have to decide what we are going to do right away. We could have an opportunity. Grab our friends. We don't need to rush into the lion's den. Let's see what we are looking at, what we are dealing with. We get our 3 friends back. We have not traveled with them this far to throw it away.
To throw what away? I want to hear you say it. Why do you want to go after them?
Their deaths would be a waste.
Wrong. Why?
Caleb storms off into the woods.
Okay.
Oh,
Thank you.
for what?
I think we all would have been dead back there. Had you not made your offer, which you didn't have to do. It's noted.
A bit too little, too late, but sure, yeah.
What was your friend's name?
Yuto?
No more running from Molly and Yuto. Deal.
Deal.
If you run, we'll kill you.
That's fair.
Cool.
Bad time to ask for a drink?
Never a bad time.
You deserve it.
Caleb, as you've stormed off, a bit around the way to the little bit of scrub and a few trees off to the side where the horses are set, there's a new horse standing there, one that wasn't with the rest of your trio.
It's a spy.
Medium brown in color.
Kill it.
And I'm just in the open right now with the horses, yeah?
Yeah, it's looking right at you.
The horses. There's no person around?
No other person that you see now?
I walk up to the front of the horse.
It clumps up, kind of meeting your step. Each step you take kind of...
What about you, friend?
Its outer shoulders and well-traveled muscled body begins to seemingly shift and change before you. You watch as its form in some ways pulls in, others extend outward. Smalley, if you'd like to join us at the table, please.
You said Somali, not Somali, right?
Right.
Okay.
That's so Molly.
Welcome.
Hi, welcome.
Wow. You have to do a Mr. Ed voice.
Make sure you scoot in enough of the camera there.
There you go, you're good.
Alrighty. So
We're just jumping in a bouncy funhouse over here. Just having a grand old
Oh,
time.
it's just been allowed.
Just so great.
So, if you'd like to describe what Caleb sees as the horse is no more, and there's now a person standing before him.
I'm a furbolg. I've shifted into about a 7.5-foot tall furbolg. Weigh about 200 pounds. And I'm wearing some Mongolian-inspired, almost like a shepherd. I have a round face, a wide nose, no pointy ears though. My ears are soft and floppy. I stand tall, strong. My shoulders droop a little forward. I'm looking with big round eyes at all of you.
Hey, that's a pretty good trick.
Thank you.
You are out for a stroll?
I've been watching you.
Oh, good. How long we have? You are very tall.
Not for my clan. I am just average.
Yeah, okay. Did you see everything that just happened here in the last, 20 minutes or so?
I am sorry for your loss.
Hey guys! We have a visitor.
I thought you were talking to yourself again.
What kind of visitor?
You glance over and you see the extremely tall female form of this furball humanoid with a face that almost comes to a deer-like shape to the front, floppy ears, just looming over, looking right at Caleb, who's kind of taking a step back and looking up towards her.
Holy shit.
Hi.
Hello.
You all right, Caleb?
Yes, I just was not we've been through it. It's been a long day.
Yeah, you're not like a shared hallucination, right?
No, I assure you, I am not.
You don't have any holy abilities by any chance?
I do not know this word holy, but
yeah.
I have abilities, which I might like to share with you.
Well, if you've been watching, we have just buried a friend of ours. Maybe we were premature. Should we go dig him up?
Can you bring dead people back to life?
No. I'm sorry.
That's a stupid question from me. I apologize.
It's worth a shot, right? I mean,
Let's ask every tinker
you
on the
could have.
road
You
if
would
they
have
can.
kicked yourself if you hadn't asked, and later she was like, "Oh yeah, by the way."
She probably would have offered, though, you know.
We ran into a tribe on the way here. You wouldn't happen to know an older woman named Jamba, would you?
Yes.
No,
She is my elder.
they all know each other. I knew it.
That's.
Do you know Pubat Soul?
No.
You're terrible.
What did Jumba say?
She said a strong woman on a mission to go find her son, part of our clan, was heading north. Would you happen to be Neela? Or is it Nyla? Am I pronouncing that wrong?
It was Neela.
It was Neela?
Yeah.
Neela.
You had it right the first time.
Nailed it.
I am Neela. It is nice to meet you all.
It's nice to meet you too.
It's nice to meet you.
We met your friends, family, tribe, clan.
All of those were.
And you've been. They told us that you're trying to find the same people we are. I think you're trying to find these folks who kidnapped someone who you know.
I wasn't sure if I could trust you. But seeing as how I saw what you went through, I could use a little help too.
Yeah, how are you feeling about your chances now? After watching the bloodbath?
I think I might have some abilities that can help. But I knew I could not do it alone. And I saw you have abilities too.
On our good days.
What abilities are you talking about?
She was a horse a moment ago.
What? You buried the lead there, Caleb.
Did you not get that?
No, I thought Caleb. I mean, he kind of talks to himself.
Right. Right. I forgot. I was a horse.
So we have an extra horse.
I can make other animal shapes too.
Ooh. Caleb can turn his cat into a bird.
It's a little trick. Can you turn yourself into anything dangerous?
I think the most dangerous I can be is a crocodile.
That's pretty
That's
dangerous.
not bad. That's pretty good.
One almost killed me. Yeah, that's good.
That's pretty good. Not same crocodile, right?
Was it you?
No. I never leave. This is the first time I've left my family.
Have you ever been in a fight?
Not really.
Oh, great.
But I have other abilities that I might be able to use to help. There's one in particular that I want to use against these evil people.
You can curse in front of us if you need to. I mean,
What is this cursing?
Oh, God.
well, I think you'll pick it up if you hang around us for more than an afternoon. So.
Anyway, I have some abilities that I'd like to use on these bad people.
Killing abilities?
Yes,
Are you willing to kill?
yes.
Can you say the word fuck for me?
I do not know what it means, but fuck.
Great. All right. Well, you know, she's got a little bit of edge.
I like her. I like her a lot.
Hardcore.
You do not understand what they did to my family. I am ready now.
Please tell us. I mean, if it's not horribly awful to tell.
I just want to say that I'm ready. I'm ready to do things that I've never done before. To use my abilities to get my son back.
Look, I'm not a.
Your son.
I know I'm the proven coward of this group, but do we want an untested horse person coming with us?
Why would you not?
You saw the fight, right, lady?
Yes, I can help.
It's up to you guys. It's your funeral.
Your son has been captured?
And my partner. Jumba, the lady you ran into. My elder, she told me not to come, not to leave. Accept nature's fate, she said. But I cannot. I have been kind and peaceful and to myself many years. No more. You need me, and I cannot do this alone.
Need you?
She's kind of right.
Hey, over there is a tree stump on the side of the road. That's the bald one. What do you do?
Show us.
I will tell you because I cannot do it all the time. But when I am ready,
Okay.
I will summon lightning from the sky and fry him, destroy him. And I can do it again and again and again.
That sounds good.
Yeah, that sounds
yeah.
great.
Oh, yeah, that
Yeah.
seems good.
I would
Yeah.
appreciate that.
So, when are we leaving?
Holy shit.
What time of the day is it?
It's early morning.
Metal o'clock.
I mean, apparently.
The fight was in the early
The
morning.
fight was like right at dawn.
Right, okay.
So it's maybe an hour after sunrise at this point, and the sky is still mostly clouded and it's coming lighter. The flurry is coming closer. There is a gentle snowfall coming down at this early hour.
I can do the lightning trick any time of day.
That's good to know.
Yeah. Good for me.
Do you drink? Alcohol? Booze?
There are some tree saps when left for a long time. They have a funny taste to them. Sometimes I taste that, but
Okay. More for us.
Better not.
Can I borrow your flask, please?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
so we will join together.
If you're going after your son, I trust you. I trust you 100%. What was his name?
Asar.
How old is your boy?
He's only 5.
Well, wait. Maybe That's fully grown for a bog?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
That was worth a shot.
Good thinking.
All right, we should keep heading on to Shitty Creek then.
Yes, we should.
Anything else you want to, I don't know, do for your friend?
Oh.
No.
All right.
May I suggest something? When someone dies in my clan, we know that their spirit never leaves. It just gets returned to nature, which is why we protect nature so fiercely. I have lost people before. I find ways to see them in nature. Sometimes just the leaves on the trees. I pick one leaf, and I know that it is a spirit waving to me. Your friend is here. He has not left.
That's very lovely.
Yeah. I'm gonna go start mounting up the horses.
Okay. You gather the last of your things. Retrieve the horses. And head out.
I'll lead the horses, I guess, so I know where I'm going.
Okay.
Yeah, we have 3 horses. Oh, wait, you had one too. Wait, did
how
you? No,
many?
you were
No.
on foot. We had 3 left.
Yeah, you had 3 left.
Oh, and
after
I
the
have to ride
previous
on one by
battle.
myself.
Correct. And then you guys could double up.
Yeah, it was like you
Okay.
two doubled up and then I had one.
But you're probably gonna have to share. Do you have a horse? Oh,
I can
you
be a
are a
horse.
horse. You are a horse. Of course.
I can turn into
Of course,
a horse
of
once
course.
more. But if I do, I think that's the last time I can do it to you.
Until you take a rest.
Until my next rest.
Horse nap.
All right. So as you guys gather up onto your horses, Keg takes the lead, and you all begin your trek northward once more. Both the memory of Molly Mock behind you on one shoulder, and the image of the face of your vengeance before you. You continue on your journey for the next hour or so before you catch a glance, Keg, at the road above. You see what looks to be 3 shapes in the road.
Can I perception check it?
Perception check.
That's a 13.
13. You get a little closer and you look, and it looks to be 3 figures that are left in the road.
Left in,
People left in the road,
like dead?
not moving.
Guys, there's something in the road.
Oh, fuck.
I can't tell if they're dead from here.
I sent Frumpkin up into the air.
Okay.
As an
Frumpkin
owl.
swoops down and does a few loops over it, and within just a moment of scanning, can see that it's 3 bodies. A human man appears to be in his 40s, a young half-elven man in his 20s, and a young human woman probably in her 20s, early 30s or so. They're all slain, but there's no sign of traumatic wounds or any damage to their body, though they are damp.
Damp?
Damp.
Is it snowing? Is there snow on the ground?
There is snow on the ground, yeah, and you can see there's bits that have kind of gathered on them.
Why would they just be left in the road?
Caleb has told us all this.
Yes. Yes.
I'm gonna scout up ahead and see if I recognize them.
Okay, make a medicine check for one thing.
Okay.
So you're glancing at their bodies.
12 plus 0.
Okay, well, it's not too bad. You recognize the man as the one that you saw in the cage before you. And at a quick glance, you can see what looks to be elements of flash frostbite on parts of their skin. You gather, are probably the ones that were in the cage in front of you.
Does it look like they tried to escape? The cage?
they
I
just
think they were,
jettisoned the
they were
dead.
dead when the frost
They died in
blast
the
hit
fight.
everybody.
And then they dumped the
They
bodies.
dumped
Yeah.
Well, given that he left them in the middle of the road, I think this is his second warning?
Or maybe just
Third,
they didn't want to. wanted to move fast without extra weight.
I think he just cares that little for human life.
Well, we'll cut out their tongues for food and then bury them.
Not with the fucking tongues
What?
again, my
It's
man.
protein
Look,
and
I
it's-
know you're weird, but if you could tone it down just a skosh.
You don't have to watch.
Oh, God.
I'll hear it. You're so loud.
Fine.
I'm pulling the first of the three off the road
Okay.
to the side.
I help.
Okay. You
I'll
managed to
help.
pull the bodies off the road into the grasses on
Not.
the side.
Don't worry.
Okay.
Okay.
There's other tongues in the city.
You do know, Keg, looking at the road, you're just about at the point where you diverge from the path. To follow the road would continue on to Nogvarat, but to head to the Quanah Breach and eventually Shady Creek Run, it's due north from where you stand.
And do I know of any ways to get, like, not just, like, go through the front gates? Is there any sort of, circumventing I could do?
Unfortunately, not without adding another week or so of travel through the mountains.
Ugh. Okay. Never mind then.
Yeah. I mean, it's possible, but it's a treacherous journey to move through the Dunrock Mountains to get there.
Okay.
When we arrive, they may have left word to look out for us. They know what we look like. We should have some sort of a disguise. I mean, I know that you and I can disguise ourselves, and you can.
I can too.
Ah.
Well, Bo and I are SOL.
Yeah. I have my cool reversible cloak. Yeah.
I can make you disappear for a while.
That would
Would that
probably
help?
be good. How long?
1 hour.
How long does it take to get to Shady Creek?
It's, from where you are now, it's a little under 2 days' travel.
Oh, okay.
But when we get to the gate,
get there, that's
you
a good
could
place.
maybe
Slip
just.
in.
Yeah. And you do know that just beyond the breach, there is a gate that is guarded by one of the families of the tribes. And there's a toll that's taken as you pass through.
Okay. Yeah, that'd probably be a good idea.
I can do that.
Thanks. Pretty
And
helpful,
then
actually.
for you, we'll just find a fake mustache or something for the.
Well, are you
or-
able to do just one person?
No. I think I'm able to do.
Could you do the whole
Any-
group? Could you do?
Yes, I can. Right?
Right, God?
Right. Help me see.
Is it Pass Without a Trace you're looking at?
Is it?
Yes, for Bolg, yeah. There is
Yeah,
a
so
sample.
that can help them hide if they want to.
Yes, it gives, as long as we stay within 30 feet of you, we get +10 to our stealth bonus, which
just
would be
helps-
very helpful.
Just helps
Each
sneak
creature,
stuff.
Sneak
each
through.
creature
Don't turn
I choose
invisible.
within 30 feet.
Yeah.
Correct.
So anybody wants to hide, it does help out.
Okay, so you guys could hide under the horses or something.
Okay.
Okay.
That's badass.
I like that. Yeah.
So, Keg leading on to the north, you diverge from the Glory Run Road, heading into the high grasses of the North Marrow Valley. You continue on for the better part of the day, taking breaks as necessary and for you to recover your forms, but you continue pushing on, not at a breakneck pace for fear of catching up to your quarry, but enough where you know at least you're keeping pace. Eventually, the light of the sky begins to grow dim as the evening calls to you, at which point the flurry has come. The snow begins to get heavier. The darkness is darker than normal at dusk, and the air gets bitter cold. What do you wish to do to set camp?
Do we still have the tents? Do we keep the tents? We have the
We've
tents.
taken everything, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I see through the dark with my night vision, or is it that?
You can see
thick?
up through about a 60-foot distance, I believe, and it's like a dim light.
Are there any structures around that?
Make a perception check.
19?
19, pretty decent. The hills here, you don't see any structures per se, but I'll say if you take a moment to go ahead and walk around, you do see one hill that has kind of a bank that is eroded, and there is a bit of an outcropping that maybe be about 3 or 4 feet outward. So if you were to all crowd in, it might be able to prevent, piercing wind and or continuous snowfall, but it'd be pretty cozy.
Do you guys feel like cuddling?
Share body heat keeps us warmer.
Yeah.
What?
I'll keep watch. Kind of wide. So you'll have more room.
Okay.
All right. So as
Let's cuddle.
you guys gather up here on the underside of this kind of outcropping of the hill, who's taking first watch? You can. All right. Go make a perception check for your watch, please.
Bo tries to get a spot next to Neela because she's large and fuzzy.
There you go.
15.
15. Okay. Looking out towards the distance as everyone else is silently sleeping in a cuddled, almost spoon-like position at times, you glance out and see what looks to be a few shapes kind of moving past. You see a few stars blink out as shadows move past. And you kind of quietly lean forward and begin to inspect, and as your eyes focus at the outset of your dark vision, you notice what looks to be a small set of goats that are just kind of roving the plain, making their way. The snow is falling, and they're trying to find themselves to a warmer climate.
Where goats?
You don't know.
Dangerous, violent weregoats.
But that's the most you don't find any other threat or anything during your watch.
Okay.
Next watch.
I'll take it.
All right, Bo, go make a perception check.
Wow. 6 total.
Okay. Everything seems pretty kosher.
I'm a little just zoned out.
During your watch is when the heavy part of the storm begins to hit. No thunder. It's just very cold, and you could see your breath, and you're having to, involuntarily shiver as the cold kicks in. You can see now the snow piling up, and you're thankful at this moment that you found this outcropping of Keg's vision, because the distant hills that are open are now just heavily piling with this soft powdered snow. It's starting to fall, and the wind is pushing through, and some of it's kind of hitting the left side of your face, and it's starting to go a little numb, and you have to kind of brush it off every now and then and try to do your best to dry up the cold, biting cold water that is now melting against your cheek. But nevertheless, your watch comes to an end without an issue. Who wants to take final watch?
I will.
You and me, Goblina.
Sure.
Okay. So make a perception check for me, please.
Little boy. 4.
Well, you're lucky because nothing of note happens during your watch hour. You are nervously keeping your eyes out just in case, waiting for another reverse ambush, but nothing seems to catch your attention. As the morning comes to, because you guys managed to cuddle, I would like you all to make a Constitution saving throw with advantage, please.
Ooh, cuddle vantage.
Cuddle vantage. Ooh, both terrible.
Oh,
Yes.
Both
Two of them
for
take
me.
the highest.
Terrible.
Oh, wow.
I have rolled a 2 and a 2, so 4.
Is this
4.
a saving throw or just
Constitution
a
saving throw.
But I do have my winter clothes. I bought them.
You do? Okay.
Just laying that out.
I'll say the winter clothes and the closeness of the group. Sure, I'll say you've avoided, in your hardy goblin form,
Oh,
is
boy.
used to rough weather anyway.
Thinner, bonier than Gollum.
Keg in full metal armor, not so much.
I have my modifier though, yes?
You have your modifier, yeah.
Then it's actually 15.
Okay.
Ooh,
Yeah.
So yeah, you're fine. You shrug it off without issue.
21.
21. Caleb, your warm coat keeps you warm. Nice.
Hearty German living.
Exactly. You're used to these Zemnian nights.
Yeah.
12.
12. That's enough to withstand it. Not a problem. 21.
I didn't think it was gonna happen.
While the forest definitely keeps an insulation of the storm, your body is well suited for extreme weather as well. So, actually, Trixie winter clothes, but you got it. No, that's what they're for.
You can.
No, you got them for a reason. That's what they're there for. Okay. Because of the body heat and everything, I'll allow it.
You're like that little kid in A Christmas Story.
So cute.
So, as you guys continue your trek northward for the next day, you slowly push forward and watch as the rolling hills of this northern valley begin to even out. The high grasses growing dense and dusted with snow in the wake of this snowstorm that has passed through the night. It's now this kind of beautiful, kind of ice-topped wonderland before you. And as the storm has passed, breaks in the clouds begin to slowly emerge and show you glimmers of blue in the sky, With that sunlight comes a welcome comparative warmth. And watch as this dusted field of diamonds begins to slowly thaw over the midday's journey. The looming peaks of the Dunrock mountain range approach closer, engulfing your horizon almost like a toothy jaw of some ancient titan that surrounds your peripheral. You can make out, as you get closer, the craggy break in the mountains ahead, familiar to you. It's like a spiral fracture of a bone, where suddenly what was once a solid mountain range seems to have torn and sundered into two separate ravines that seem to share a similar shape. This you recognize as the Quanah Breach. You guys begin to approach by mid to late afternoon the front of the breach, where you can see what appears to be 6 Crown's Guard and a small outpost built at the base of the Quanah Breach. These, as you know, are usually folks that essentially warn people from traveling into the breach, and if they do, let them know that any return is going to be probably highly searched and highly inquired. They enforce it unless you slip them some coin, and it's not an issue on the way back.
Mm-hmm.
They're more there to make money.
For appearances and, yeah.
But as you approach, a familiar to you Crown's Guard begins to put a hand up to the approaching horses and say, "Hail!
Oh, God damn it.
Where are you traveling to?
Shady Creek.
And, you have business in these cursed lands?
Yeah, we're trying to get fucked. Can we move along?
Well, your life is your own, as is your business. But you must understand that coming back is no easy task. A thorough search and inquiry into your person will be
Yeah,
required.
blah, blah, blah. Can I give you a couple coins and you let us on our way, please?
Very well.
Yep.
How much do you give him?
How much will he take? A little will he take?
Customary to your experience in the times that you've traveled with the Iron Shepherds, it's usually about 2 gold to just pass.
Okay, yeah.
He takes it and quietly lets you pass. Per person.
No. Molly would want us to do this trip. Maybe Molly should pay.
Yeah, Molly pays the toll.
Thank you, Molly.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10.
Well,
Love you, Tals.
8. Because she pays herself.
Oh, yeah, I pay for myself.
Yeah, Molly wouldn't want to pay for cake.
No.
Thank you.
As he shouldn't.
I have gold pieces I can use later too, if you want them.
You're not going to want to spend any of that in Shady Creek Run. There's nothing
Why? They
there
don't take
for
money?
you.
Oh, they
That
didn't.
she.
Sure.
It's just not a nice place.
Are you, when you're home with your people, are you one of the nicer ones or one of the, are you a bad girl at home? Like, how, what's your, what's,
no.
how does it,
No. I am one of the ones that not too many people rely on me.
they don't rely on you?
No.
Why?
I think there was always some Firbolg that was more powerful and stronger and smarter and more capable. And eventually I just grew to accept being myself. And I prefer to support rather than be a leader. This is my first time trying to be more than who I am.
Keg does one of these to her. In support.
Do not know what that is. I like it. And I heard you use the word fuck.
You know, maybe people don't rely on you just because you haven't been given the chance yet. We're certainly going to rely on you.
That makes me happy.
It'd be a good test run, at least, for you. Then you can go back to your tribe and be like, Yo, people relied on me. Yeah.
It was dope.
It was great. You should rely on me more.
It was super tight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. They probably won't sound like that.
Yeah,
but-
they probably.
I kick my horse along.
All right. As you travel through these winding ravines, choosing the one to the right, which you know to be the wider of the two, the low howl of the wind that's traversing these sheared, twisted walls with almost like a haunting whistling and moan sound accompanies the brush growing more and more dense. The air grows colder still as white banks of snow and ice frame various ledges and outcroppings along these like strangely curved and smoothly sheared cliff sides. It feels almost like a giant had grabbed the mountain range and tore it in two. There's an even break on each side, and it winds and curves. It's almost like a natural labyrinth. A few miles through this strange maze, you're met with what seems to be a makeshift wall and a 10-foot wooden gate. Your eyes at first notice a few dozen wooden poles carved into spikes that emerge from the ground, pointed in your direction from the base, many of which are stained dark, while others still bear the weathered skulls of warning. 3 armored folk stand there, 2 human men and a half-orc woman, all bearing weapons and watching you carefully as you approach.
This isn't the gate, right?
This is the gate.
Oh, it is?
No.
You've reached the edge of the Quana Breach
Shit.
and turned to the final bastion outside of the Empire.
Well, we.
Oh, but it's not the gate into Shitty Creek Run.
It's the gate into the region of Shady Creek Run.
Oh, okay.
So this is the gate we need to hide in.
This is...
But
Okay.
they see us.
Well, they've noticed you begin to turn and approach.
Quick,
the side,
hide,
but you would know this is coming because you've traveled this before. Many
Okay, so we
times.
wouldn't have turned the corner with
I would say like this is. I'm describing it as you, or you're describing it as you're about to turn the corner. Let them know what's
okay.
coming.
Can
How
we
about that?
rewind the tape just a little bit?
Yeah.
Since you know.
So that's just literally around this corner.
Just right around the and even just a few feet that way. Ooh-wee!
That would have been
Guards, a big
terrible.
old gate. It would have been. Oh
Because we
man.
were going at a pretty good clip
Oh,
there.
you guys are lucky that I stopped you just a few feet right before we would have all seen the gate. You're
Such
welcome.
foresight.
You know, I'm really earning my keep here.
So hide
Okay.
or something.
So
right?
the plan was, you guys can make yourselves look different,
Yes.
and then you're going to make us invisible, and then you're going to be a horse.
I can do that.
I'll get used to that eventually. Okay. Cool.
So you guys are gonna have 3 horses
And 2
and then
riders.
2 riders.
Do we have stuff to put on the 3rd horse to make it look like a pack?
Yeah, we could
Horse?
just take everything off of our horses and gather it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we'll hide under the horse, like Indiana Jones style, basically, like holding on underneath. Okay, it's gonna take some grip strength, but I'm into it.
Wait, maybe if one of our horses is a pack horse, you could be on top of the horse, like wrapped in a blanket or something.
covered.
You're part of the gear that the horse is carrying.
Yeah.
Do they search you on the way in?
Oh.
Do they search us on the way?
Depends on that, and if you pay them on the way through.
We'll have to pay more.
We can pay.
Yeah. I think this one's a little bit more expensive though, isn't it? Probably. The deeper we get in, or is it the same?
You know that the previous skater, generally you don't have to pay them with the one you entered, but it just helps you with no questions asked issue. This is actually a gate run by the Udalak family of the tribes, and they enforce it both as a means of making money and to know who's coming and going.
Okay.
So it's I think it's an equal price to what you were paying previously.
Okay. We should definitely pay it though.
Okay.
So which plan do we want? You hiding under the horses, or you hiding on the horse as suitcases?
I can hide under the horse.
I'll
then
hide
Mo
a
can be on top.
suitcase. I'll be a bundle.
Yeah, we lie you over the horse and we put a bunch of shit on top of you. Yeah.
Okay.
And then you're going to do some sort of horse magic that makes us I'm sorry, I'm unclear, invisible or
More stealthy.
You are invisible to people, to others. So
I
you do not
believe that.
have to. You don't have to change shape.
It might be helpful so there's not
You can make us
3 horses
totally
approaching.
invisible.
I think so.
Unless we
Right?
should
So you
keep
give
the
us a
horses
bonus
around.
Ask
to
your
our
dog.
stuff.
No, you cannot.
Yeah.
But what you can do, it's still useful here.
Is it makes us more hideable.
If the people who are hiding try to look like covered in cloth and shit, and they try to look like
It'll pass.
you can make
Yeah.
it more
Yeah.
believable.
You know
so I can't.
the blanket
Says
in
Kate.
Lord of the Rings?
Yes,
The cloak
that
and they
would.
and
And
they
the
make
rock.
the
On the bottom
rock.
of the
It's
horse.
like that.
I will just look like a
Got it.
dwarf fighting.
House
holding on.
I will turn the blankets
Oh, there's
into.
the rock
we could-
hard.
Kind of rocky
We-
thing.
we
Sounds
throw
good.
the
Sounds
boat.
good.
This whole powwow is happening around the bend.
Yeah.
The guards are like,
Yeah.
Wait. What happens
We throw the two of
after
you.
we get through, though?
Then we can do whatever we want.
No, we
It'll
keep
be a
going
little bit
for
of a
while.
ride.
We keep
Yeah.
going for a while.
There's still
keep
a
up
little bit of a ride.
appearances.
Okay.
Yeah, so you're going to carry these two. They're both going to lie on top of your horseback.
I can't be on a horse. It's just me. I'm too heavy.
Too heavy.
I'll break her. Right? Because I can't. I have
A
to.
single horse you can do.
A single horse I could be on, but I can't be. It couldn't be me and Bo, or
So
me
Bo
and
would
one
have
of
to
you.
go under.
She's like all sticks, though.
Yeah, with boats possible. If
Bo
not on a
can
full
be
run,
under one of
but
our
on a
horses,
travel
I
journey, you could
suppose.
probably do it.
Or
Okay.
it could be a pack on one of your guys'
She could be a pack
horse.
on our horse.
Yes, yes.
Because
Okay.
you and I are skin and bones.
So, I'll be on top of you if that's okay.
That's fine.
Okay.
And I will make you pass without a trace.
And you watch as in this shady ravine, just as it comes to an end before entering this next valley, the shadows seem to coalesce and cling to you. And where previously the light itself is shaded and dim, it's almost like you're stepping through moonlight. So,
Almost like.
well, meaning like as in like looking at those of you in the radius, it's almost like it's nighttime where you're standing.
Cool.
Oh.
The shadows are heavier, the blacks are crushed.
Cool.
And I've got like stuff. We both have stuff on top of us to make us look like.
I'm like wrapped in a bedroll. Like.
Okay.
Yeah, I mutter a few words and suddenly look like an old coot with just like a band of hair around the sides, and my jaw is off to the side a bit, and it's missing a few teeth and very squinty. That's me.
Robert Duvall, good.
Yeah, that's it.
I will mutter a few words and turn into.
What was this drawing back here?
Oh, which one?
Penis man?
Yeah, we gotta stop it. Stop the game. What's the drawing? Hold it up.
Sorry, out of character. Excuse me.
No, let's see.
It's a dick man made of dicks. It was a me and Laura collab.
Somebody was talking, having a moment. You guys, dick man.
I'll make myself look like Rissa.
Okay,
Rissa.
perfect.
Yeah, because I know that one.
Yeah.
All right.
And Robert Duvall.
So those of you who are trying to be inconspicuous, which would be Bo and Keg, go ahead and just make general stealth checks.
Plus 10.
Oh, come on, baby. That's not great. 9.
Add 10 to your roll plus yourself.
19.
Oh,
19.
That is what the spell does.
I see.
It's not good for me either. 21
Hey,
with
okay.
the buff.
Yeah, level 5.
Thank God for the buff.
So pretty decent. Okay. So as you guys turn the corner, you now see the gate and see the spikes and the warning skulls and everything.
Wow, it's just
not
like you
as good
pictured
as you
it.
described.
I don't know a lot of
Lame.
adjectives. I'm not a great storyteller.
It's just a couple
I
of
said it's a gate and there are people there. What else do you need to
you
know? You
made
need
it
the
sound
fucking the
amazing.
colors and the designs.
You had smells and you had shapes and everything, but this
Shut
is
the fuck up!
As you approach the half orc, kind of steps forward and goes, "Hey, you, where you at today?"
Shady Creek, run.
Oh, well, you pass through the breach and pay the toll.
All right.
Yes, we have that.
Good. Pay up.
How much?
2 gold each.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
You know what? I'll get it. I'll get it. Don't even look. I got this one. Here you go. 4. 4 from me.
Yeah, that's good.
All right. Let him in. And she steps back in line with the 2 other. They go ahead and pull the 2 gates kind of and pull open as the wood clacks against the sides of the gates. You all make your way through as the guards just kind of watch as you pass in. For a nervous moment, you see the eyes kind of pass over the 2 other riders, but seem to make no issue as you continue inward. You hear the gates behind you. Now, looking ahead, you can see the curvature of the ravine opens up into a widening valley. You see a limitless forest of climbing pine and spruce-like trees. Only the common green you expect stands instead an unexpected purple-gray in color. This wide blanket before you of this deep valley, just fading purple and gray color at the tops of these trees. Along the tree line, you can see a sprawling and matted line of snow-capped buildings, hovels and mud-covered streets that vanish into this dense forest. The city does not keep the normal cohesive shape of most, instead being a long line built along the tree edge in what looks to be some sort of a river or creek that it has been constructed against. It is a weird, crooked, long town that vanishes into the branches and the leaves. You're no longer within the Dwendalian Empire.
Oh, shit.
Welcome to the Graying Wildlands.
The Graying Wildlands.
And in the lawless town of Shady Creek Run. So, anything you wish to do before you head to the city proper?
So we're still obscured, Bo and I.
Obscured in the sense that you're inconspicuous in your
Right.
dress. And
But that's still happening. That
Yeah,
spell is
for
an
an
hour?
hour.
Okay.
Do you have any place where we can lay up?
So, there are two places I would recommend.
Yeah.
There is this place called the Plaza Emporium. Sort of a pleasant but can be murderous dragonborn runs that. She's not affiliated with any of the unseemly folks directly, so she's a bit more neutral. We might be able to get information from her.
Does she murder everybody or does...
Only people that piss her off.
Okay.
So be on your best behavior.
Plaza.
And the landlocked lady is a brothel. You might want to cover Neela's eyes. And it's run by the Mardoons, who happen to be...
That's who we're looking for.
And they are the rival family of the folks that employ the Iron Shepherds.
That seems like where we should go. Because the Iron Sheps won't be there to poke around and
That is-
find us.
That is correct.
What is the name of that place again?
The landlocked
landlocked
lady. The proprietor's kind of a skis ball, as you would imagine. Not necessarily the most trustworthy guy, but it is run by the Mardoons. So, of the safe places in the town, that's probably up there.
Are you still laying across the back of a horse or have you pulled yourself up?
I have like a little opening that I made for myself.
Just a face.
Yeah, just a face. It's just my face. But a cigarette still.
Our horse is smoking.
Amazing.
I vote landlocked lady.
Of course.
I agree.
All right.
All right. So,
Lead us there with smoke signals.
That way.
a short ride, you eventually hit the outside of this township. Walking into the main street, you can see they're slick with mud and dirty snow. Ragged peasants clutter the alleyways, looking your way with hands extended for some sort of alms they're hoping to find.
No, gross.
An emaciated dog growls at you from a nearby doorstep and then darts off down the road behind where you passed. A wagon appears stuck in the mud as you pass it, rough-looking folk tugging at it and stopping to stare you down as you just slowly move past and continue their work. You nearly step over someone with your horse who appears to be passed out, face down in a patch of dirty snow. A bit of crimson rests at their side. They're not moving. As you kind of circle around them, you watch as two kind of rough-looking fellas in hide-clad armor come in, inspect him. As you glance over your shoulder, watch as they rummage through his pockets, kind of lift up his not-moving body and dump it in one of the nearby alleys and keep on walking. You see no Crownsguard.
Oh man.
This is the first town any of you have been in. It has no watch, no lawkeepers. The road doesn't go far north from where you enter, as most of the town is just this long stretched bar. So within 15 minutes, you've hit what looks to be the plaza, the central plaza to the town that you know as the Clover Plaza. You see log benches dotting the open area, while a 4-story tower of motley colored stone stands vigil over the area. 2 balconies and a top housing what look to be crossbow and longbow wielding roughnecks. You know these to be Taskers.
Taskers.
So, you're heading towards the landlocked lady. Easy to see. On the eastern side of this plaza, there is what looks to be a very beautiful 2-story complex that comparably seems ostentatious against the buildings immediately to the right and left of it, which look to be in serious disrepair and rather run down and colorless, just bland woods, gray and brown. But here you can see the 2nd story above the main archway, which is like a curved top arch. There is a false bow of a ship that is emerging outward with what looks to be this beautifully carved mermaid in the front that is clutching the piercing front of the ship. And there it rests with the sign dangling from it saying, "The Landlocked Lady."
I totally get the name of the place now.
It's a really good, it's a consistent brand.
It's very clever.
Yeah, so
know?
in
Yeah.
Zadash it would look like shit, but here it's the belle of the ball.
Comparably, yes.
Yeah.
It seems like they don't have a strong housing code, like they can get away with these more unique builds.
Sure.
It's very fascinating.
Yeah, it's really interesting
Yeah.
architecture.
It's like Shanghai, China. You know?
How far away
Everything
are
looks
the Taskers? How far away are the Taskers? Do we just pass by them?
You're kind of skirting around the outside of the main Tasker Tower. And like
Okay.
they're scattered around. And as you guys are walking around, you can see most of the people that live in the city are in absolute squalor and are here out of necessity, are here because they came seeking some sort of fortune and failed, or they've come to indulge in vices that have slowly crushed them. The other half of the populace, you can see, are usually armored to some extent, whether it be patchwork, hides, chain, leathers. Almost everyone here is armed. Even on a scale of poverty, there seems to be a general sense of needing protection amongst the chaos. Some folks look like they're trying not to be seen. Many parade their thickened arms. You see one female, almost privateer-looking individual that comes to the streets and just spits on somebody who's kind of huddled by one of the stumps and kind of growls at them before continuing to walk on. It's a very unique and curious motley group of people that call this place home.
If I talk to them, will I be heard?
If you talk to
If I talk to just the crew?
no one's close enough to you, you think
Okay.
that you're quiet enough.
So I point out the Tasker Tower behind us, and I say, those are the Taskers. Those are probably the only other people in this shithole that might be of use.
Of use. They're good guys?
As much as anyone's a good guy here. They try to prevent the innocent from getting killed or fucked over. Obviously, they're not particularly successful, but they're not under the thumb of any particular group.
Yeah, are they altruists though, or are they mercenaries?
For money?
It's altruistic. Strangely, I kind of forgot about them because we always thought they were just kind of nerds. But now I'm trying to be a little bit better. So yeah, they might be helpful.
Oh, okay.
So
Do they have a uniform, or how do you know them? How do you know who they are? How can you identify them?
Usually what you can tell about the Taskers is they wear chain shirts with one leather shoulder pauldron that is painted blue. And I say painted blue because most of their uniform is whatever they could put together to create some sort of consistency. There is no built uniform. What you're used to seeing with Crown's Guard and any other royal military where things are built with fine craftsmanship, everything here is kind of put together in slapdash. And so that one uniform mark is usually the chain shirt and the one blue shoulder armor. Some people paint it completely, some just put a line on it and leave it there as a fuck you, I'm not going to finish it.
So they're like Hell's Angels.
Kind of.
Yeah.
And for the most part, you can see they're keeping an eye out in the sense that they don't want complete anarchy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
You see
they
the-
still want money for their services, but they're slightly less assholes.
Yeah.
than
They're not going to stop someone from spitting on a peasant. But if all of a sudden a giant riot breaks out, they'll break it up and beat everybody up until it stops.
Okay.
It's kind of cool.
closest thing to, law that exists here.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, horse, for riding us this far.
I can't say anything, right? In my horse form. I
Actually,
can nod.
You do keep your mental stats in beast form. I've seen it argued back and forth, and I'm pretty sure when we had you in your elemental form last campaign, people were saying that you could still technically talk in that form.
Yeah, but I didn't talk as animals. I wasn't talking.
That's what I thought, yeah. So yeah, you're unable to actually speak in the animal form, but you can still communicate.
As elementals, I was just kind of like, run, jump.
Keg.
Oh shit.
Keg, if we find an
That's
alley.
what you are like now.
Yeah. I just reverted. That's all.
Keg, if we find an alleyway to drop you out of sight of you just suddenly appearing, can you walk around this town, or is that dangerous?
In some places it's dangerous. Places that there's a place called the Trench that the Iron Shepherds in this area that the Iron Shepherds always hang out in.
The trench?
The Trench. It's in this area. I mean, it's not a huge place, right?
It's a fairly decent sized tavern. It's one of the more populated areas. And
That's where they hang out.
Oh, okay.
every now and then.
Yeah.
How stupid is it for you to walk up on an open road in this place?
I think it'd probably be best for me not to be.
Let's go in the brothel. We're here, right? Let's go in the.
Yeah.
And we can stay here, or we just go in here and. Do I have to fuck somebody in there?
Why are you worried about this? They would be more worried about having to fuck you, my man.
I'm a lady.
My lady. I call everyone my man.
But yes, you're right. You're right. That's a fair point.
I just if any of the Mardoons are there, we might be able to. To be honest, guys, there's not a lot of options, but we might be able to get some help from them. I don't know for sure. In any case, it's a place to regroup.
Okay, let's
This
go.
brothel is in the, it's not in the business of spelling everyone's secrets out.
Let's go in.
Yeah, one
Oh,
second
yes.
though. Which way from here are these iron chefs located?
They're north of this, yes, Matt. The Sour Nest is.
The Sour Nest is northeast of where you are in the city. Yes, it's beyond the city, into the actual Sabalier Wood, about maybe 2 hours travel.
2 hours travel.
That's their
forest.
headquarters,
That's
right?
what that's beyond.
Yeah.
Beyond the
Into
city.
forest.
And the northern half of the city is almost entirely within the forest itself.
Okay. In that direction?
Yeah.
But it's in the walls of the city, or in city limits.
No, the Sour Nest is beyond the city. It's its
Beyond the
own little stronghold that exists separate from the city itself.
Yeah, can you describe it to me
yeah.
what it looks like? Is it noticeable?
God. What does it look like?
It's noticeable. It's half a mansion, half a small stronghold. It has gates around it. These like heavy walls that have spears atop them. It has. Hey, you're in a town.
Yeah. Caravan just came by.
It has. It's 2-story, and there is a subterranean basement floor to it, and they do have hired guard that keep watch on it while they're away, and occasionally while they're there. But I can eventually provide you with a layout,
Yeah.
because you would know. You've been there a number of times.
Right.
That's so good.
That was me expressing my happiness.
I mean, it's up to you. We could go up there now if you want.
No, I do not want to go up there now. I was thinking of maybe sending my cat, but they can wait. Let's go into this place.
Group.
Is that safe for me and Keg to hop out without it looking
There is an alley off to the
shifty?
side that if you wait for a moment for nobody to be watching, you guys will be able to kind of step out.
We do that.
All right. And you have the opportunity to revert if you wish.
I actually feel safer in my animal form in this crazy place.
Do you wish?
You're gonna stay in the alley while we. You're going to stay in the alley while we go inside?
All right.
I think horses have regular hearing.
They're mostly deaf.
I'll switch. I will shift back to my regular
They're like
self. You make a good
lizards.
point. But
Okay.
this place is not making Neela happy.
I apologize in advance for all the shit you're about to see.
All right.
I
I will
open the door.
withstand.
As you guys hitch the horses to one of the hitching posts off to the side, you make your way into the brothel. And that's where we're going to take a break.
Never die.
Neela's like, thank God. Let me regroup.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and take a little break here. We'll be back here in a few minutes, guys. So the giveaway we have today, we have a Bolivian Rosewood Hero Vault with the Celtic knot. Awesome. So it's magnet-based, and as your character vault, you can put your minis in it, you can put dice in there. It's awesome.
That's great.
So go on and head on over to the Critical Role Twitch chat. That's twitch.tv/Critical Role during the break, and enter the keyword revenge. Only enter it once. Any more than that, and you're disqualified from the giveaway.
Forever.
Yeah, forever. No. But we'll come back from the break with the winner here for you guys, and we'll see you here in a few minutes.
That's it.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. So, first we have our winner for the break. The winner is Wonder. W-U-N-D-U-R. Wonder. Congratulations. Chandra will whisper you and get your information and get that sent out to you. So well done. So, getting us back in. So, as you guys step through the archway, the double doors opening as Keg pushes and leads you inside, the first thing that hits you is a fresh smell of lavender and almost like a vanilla incense that strikes your senses, almost stinging your eyes with its potency. On the inside, you can see what appear to be a handful of round tables, of which 2 patrons are currently eating a meal that has been placed before them.
I really thought you were going to say something else.
Eating a dead body.
Possibly. Or a live one. You can see candles that are placed at the center there. These fine silks have been placed. It's such a stark shift from the dreary and generally muck-covered exterior of this city to step into what seems almost oppressively luxurious. Though the closer you look, everything is frayed at the edges. Everything seems to have been here for a while, or seems to have been weathered through travel or use, and so the immediate shine begins to fade as you begin to see how much of this is probably a fair amount of work to maintain the upkeep of the facade of luxury. To the left of you, you can see what appears to be a carved window-like bar or a desk, and there behind it you can see a human man, probably in his late 30s, his hair cut very, very short, and the male pattern baldness is just starting to set in, and you can see a bit of the shine of the back of his head beginning to poke through. He has a very well-kept handlebar mustache that curves out very wide to each side of his face, and a pointed kind of Van Dyke matching beard point that comes to the bottom. He has a vest over a light green, kind of a billowing shirt that has a wide collar that curves out to the sides. And as you enter and take it, and he immediately glances over to meet your gaze and goes, "Why, hello, everyone. Glad you could make it. Welcome to the landlocked lady. How can I be of service? Oh, you are a big one."
I am.
Wonderful. Are you looking for work?
No, she's not.
Do that.
No worries. Well, you're here for a reason, I presume. Do tell me, what do you seek? We have rooms for rent, companionship to join as well. What are you seeking?
We'll need all of that above and a little bit more.
Well, I mean, not the companionship.
I've had a hard week.
Oh.
What were you saying?
Champ,
Yeah.
right?
Champ?
Do I know you?
Champ?
Champ? His
Maybe.
name's Champ?
His name's Champ.
Oh, I
Told you it was a shitter. Yeah, you might know me. Hey, are your bosses around by any chance?
My bosses,
The people that actually own this place? I know you like to pretend, but
Are you referring to
The Mardoons.
the Mardoons? Not around here today. They're up at the estate Sybaritic.
What?
It's their estate. It's where they live.
Sybaritic?
Sybaritic.
Do I know where that is?
You've passed by it. You've never been there.
Can I tell? Can I? Is it an insight to see if he's lying?
Yes, you may.
Fuck. Critical one.
Oh. I mean, he's a shifty motherfucker, and you're not entirely certain he's telling the truth or not, but seems honest enough. So, well, Lord Anselm does pass through on occasion, but he's not here today. The rest of them, I'm sure, are busy with their own business. But if I see any of them, I could ask, see if they're being summoned by, what is your name?
It's
The mighty nine? I don't know. The mighty nine?
I'm trying to come up with a fake name.
Oh, hi.
Rick.
Yep.
Nailed it.
Rick is my name.
Make a deception check.
You really not gonna let that fly? 19.
Rig it in.
Plus, is that the total?
No, it's 19. Yeah.
Rick. Very well, I'll make a note. If this is pressing business, you are more than welcome to attempt to summon them at the estate, as I know not how often they pass through, but in the meantime, you said you wished rooms and company?
Yes, we'll need rooms for sure.
How many?
Give us just a second there, champ. I don't really feel like I want to stay around this guy that much longer. Do you guys want to go to this estate, or do you want to stay here?
The estate? What would we do there?
I do not like this man.
Yeah, that makes two of us, Neela. I don't know. That's where the Mardoons are. You were looking for them anyway, right?
We were looking for one of their family, but I don't know enough to just. We don't know enough to just march up there and say, "Hey, we're looking for your daughter." We don't even know if it's a daughter or a niece or something. I don't know. It seems
all the information that you have from the gentleman is that an individual named Ophelia Mardoon,
yeah,
who is a friend of his, he sent you up to give her aid with a problem that she's having.
We don't know if she's on the outs with her family, if they're the ones who had her killed or kidnapped. We don't know anything. We'd just be marching into a big question mark.
Maybe we'll get lucky and the problem she wants help with is the Iron Shepherds. 2 birds with 1 stone. We win. Still going along with that plan.
The plan has not changed.
Has not changed.
It's the same plan.
The Molly problem was a hiccup.
We do.
Seems kind of cold. Anyway.
You're working.
I have
working on it.
Yeah.
I have something I'd like to do now.
Oh.
In these moments, I have a little bag of treasures that I smell. They're little treasures that I collect along the way of things that are significant and meaningful to me. And if I smell it, it tells me what the experience will be like. So if we leave this man and go to this Ophelia Mardoon, let me see what my smell check does. Okay?
It's like telling a fortune, or
Yes.
but with smelling things. Right.
That's pretty crazy.
Is she just getting high?
She might be.
You watch as Neela pulls up this small pouch with a leather, kind of a leather flap on the front. And pulling it open, there is, within a moment, a pungent smell that is a mixture of earthy, almost mossy scents mixed with spice, mixed with rotted vegetation, mixed with almost like a bad cheese. It's a plethora of smells, and they come in waves. And you watch as she just buries her nose into this for a second and takes a huge...
Do I know what I sense, or will you tell me what I sense?
Make a wisdom check.
And this is what she does in brothels?
I don't know if she knows what a brothel is.
Yeah, I really don't.
So add your wisdom modifier.
17. Oh,
Seven.
no, wait, is that... no,
plus
14.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, 14. The smell comes into you, and amongst the barrage of various smells, you catch kind of a rosy, sweet smell that kind of cuts through the rest.
Yes. We should go. To see this Ophelia, it will be a good outcome.
You
I
have
mean-
had a lot of luck predicting things with this stink pouch.
Oh, yes. It is not stinky, though. You may smell it.
Oh.
If you wish.
What do I smell?
It smells
Make
better
a
than
wisdom
you.
check.
Oh, that's pretty good. 19.
You get a faint whiff of what's almost like a sawdust that quickly shifts into a very, very old, molded, after a rain leather.
Oh, well, yes, I'm convinced we should definitely just march up to the estate.
Wait, I want to hit.
It's not gonna go well.
I did not know that this works for others.
Oh yeah, it's a 9.
As you get close, you don't even get that close to it. You have a fairly strong sense of smell, and while some smells in your experiences in the world have put you aback, you can't even describe this odorous musk that hits your nostrils, causing your entire face to wrinkle and recoil.
Never mind, I was wrong. We shouldn't go.
At this point, you watch as Champ, who has leaned forward watching this, goes, out of my curiosity, I'm now invested. Might I have a sniff as well?
Everyone's just sniffing your bag.
It is filled with so many wonderful things. I promise you. Are you... Wait a minute. I do not want him to smell this.
He doesn't want you to smell her bag.
I didn't want a piece of the stink pouch anyway.
I'm sorry.
Neela,
About...
It's something you have to earn.
yeah.
Maybe tomorrow.
Wait, let me smell. Let me smell. Oh, all right.
Oh.
Here.
No. Lesson learned. Oh, his eyes start watering. So, would you like a room for the night? What
Maybe
are your
we should-
preferences?
Maybe we should just get a room or two. That way, if everything goes wrong, if we're
We have a room
indeed
to come back to.
going to this estate, then we could at least have somewhere to crash.
I must warn you, if it's more to a room and you require a companion, the group rates are a bit more expensive.
Oh.
He means slumber parties. If we all want to have a nice rest together, just sleeping, it's more money.
We have that in my clan, too. We all set up a huge nest of leaves and sleep together.
Are you sure you're not looking for work?
No.
Maybe we shouldn't stay here. What time of day is it?
At this point, it's almost dusk. You guys have traveled the better part of your second day to even get here.
Oh. Well, perhaps we don't want to show up on these people's doorstep as the sun is going down. Why don't we spend a night here? You're looking for some companionship. You can work on that, and
We can ask around. Maybe the clientele might know some things about the Sheps.
It's not a bad idea.
sure, we can talk to the clientele. Maybe you should hang back.
Kind of think I fit in this town, but they might recognize me.
How do you mean?
No, I mean the Iron Shepherds know my face, but it seems like there's so many weirdos in this town that I don't know. Do you think they'll? No one seemed to be looking at me funny when we walked in. Oh wait, I was dressed as a gnome. That's why. Never mind.
To be fair, this isn't the Iron Shepherd's hideout we said, right?
Yeah.
No, that's
doesn't
outside of
seem
the
like
city
they-
into the woods.
Seems
Yeah.
like they wouldn't come here. Rival family.
Is it safe to say that they keep to themselves?
For the most part,
For the
yeah.
most part, right.
They only come into town to occasionally drink and essentially parade dominance.
Mm-hmm.
You know, every now and then checking in to assert their reputation, and if they have to do other bits of dirty work. They are slavers by normal trade, but they do other things for the Jagantoths if need be.
And they wouldn't feel it necessary to tell anyone else about us, necessarily. Like,
I'm not entirely certain. I mean,
Okay.
they don't. It depends on if they assume they're being chased or they feel like the demonstration was enough.
Okay.
But you don't know.
Right.
So spend the night here.
Yeah,
Then?
I think so. We've been traveling all day. We stay here. We get up. We don't know anything about where the shepherds. We know nothing about their stronghold. Just what you're able to tell us, but that just doesn't tell us how many people are there now. What we are going to be up against. We talk to the Mardoons tomorrow. Figure out the next step from there.
Yeah, let's formulate a plan in the morning. I can't think right now. I'm a little out of it.
All right. Champ, she sleeps alone. No funny business, all right?
Of course not. I have a business to run.
Thank you.
I'll take a room for myself, please.
All right. So for a singular room rate for the night, that will be 1 gold, 5 silver.
And I arrange for companionship and drinks.
Any preference of companion? We have a spectrum to choose from.
It feels weird, like going and picking someone out. That feels.
Would you
kinda
prefer
dirty.
to surprise?
Yeah, just make her hot, please.
Her, that is a preference. Very well. Goes and writes something down. Can be done. For a night's companionship, do you wish just for an evening stay or for the night over?
No, just like an hour, and then I
Alright.
want to be alone, please.
That'll be an additional 5 gold pieces.
All right. And then I get really drunk, and I go to my room for the night.
All right.
Send up booze.
It'll be an additional 5 silver. Just rack it on the tab then. The rest of you?
We'll just have a room by ourselves.
The
right?
4 of you.
Oh no, I mean,
With me, I mean,
I don't mind staying with you.
let's do. No, we're fine. Just sleeping.
maybe.
Very well, suit yourself. But I'll be here for most of the night, and if you change your mind.
Unless, I mean, you know, no judgment if you.
No,
wanna-
we have been together a long time, so we're
Oh,
used to.
you're together.
Sure.
Not like that.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say I think you could do better, but anyway.
Well, I don't know that was called for at all.
Sorry.
No, you're absolutely right. He is handsome, and he could do much better than a little freak show like me. He could meet any girl in town and sweep her off her
We'll
feet.
take this one, and myself will take one room.
I'll go with Neela then.
There you go.
All right, 2 per room. That's 2 gold for the group rate. So 4 gold for the 2 additional rooms, please.
All right.
I will hand over 2 gold for Not and myself.
I'll do the 2 gold for us.
All right. He gives a key to each
Thank
of you for each
I
room.
was going to give it for us, but next time.
No
Oh
problem.
boy.
What do you got any gold left?
Sure, I'm good.
Okay.
Sorry, Nod. You're a great gal. It's just that, you know, it's the occasional tongue eating is mostly what I was referring
Yeah, maybe quit while you're ahead. Not, come on, let's go upstairs.
You guys all scattered to your separate chambers and find yourselves as restful as it can be given the events recently, night's sleep. Bo, drunkenly, you have enough consciousness to recall eventually a knock at your door.
Oh, right. I open the door.
Standing there, you see a amber-skinned elven woman, a little older than you, with very bright, almost platinum hair that is kind of pulled up into a high ponytail that drifts past the shoulders, seeming a very sheer negligee.
Hi.
Looking up a spell.
Something else. You're good. Go on. Get it on.
What's your name?
Vorsa. And she just kind of pushes you in the room and closes the door.
Okay.
Cut to black.
Mila was gonna cover her ears.
You're probably nailing a 250-year-old.
Oh, elven aging.
Oh, yeah.
Cougar.
Yeah, exactly.
Here's to you, Mrs. Robinson. So, the morning eventually comes. Some of you more hungover than others, but as you come to and gather yourselves and wash for the coming day, you hear the sounds of almost broken roosters outside that cause it's like horrible, terrible. It's a harsh north this side of Wildmount for these poor birds.
Man, welcome to Deadwood.
This is very much the Deadwood of the continent.
Yeah.
You can already hear kind of the town coming alive outside, the occasional shouts, unable to kind of make out the words, but the morning has definitely kicked in. You gather your things and make your way down to the bottom floor, where Champ is not currently there. There's somebody else, looks to be a younger man, probably in his late teens, early 20s. Appears to be half elven with this kind of curly mop of bright red hair on the top and the smile, and he's just currently going through a ledger of some kind.
Do I recognize him?
You do not.
His name's Rex.
Rick and Rex.
Before going down with not in Caleb, I would say when we get up, we need to talk for a minute, okay?
Listen, you should just forgive Keg. She doesn't know that she was being insulting. She's rough around the edges. And she's right, you could do better than me. I mean, look at this. This is a mess. I mean, the teeth.
I don't care about Keg or any of that. I want to talk about what you and I are doing.
All right.
It was this close to running off from that road when things turned on us. You and I, we are going to survive together. That is the main thing.
Why didn't you run?
The dwarf stepped up. Changed my mind like that.
Change your mind because we had extra help, or?
Whatever she said to him, he left.
Oh, the danger was past.
Yeah. But we have done a lot, and you know what I am about.
Of course I do, yes.
So, I just want you and me especially, to be on the same page, because we have been for months now. Yeah? You are my friend. I want you to be with me, and I want us to live. But we have done a lot with these people. And if we can finesse this and do it in a way that does not throw our lives on the fire, there is more to be achieved. We will help you get to where you want to get. And myself together. And we will work together with these people.
I know that you want revenge for what that man did to you. And there's things that I want too, but Molly Mock sort of was amazing. Sort of showed me something. Not just, he had this spirit of life that was pretty outstanding. And, you know, he was the moment that we all sort of traveled together. He came up and we were all talking and all cagey and all iffy with each other that when we met all these folks.
Yeah.
But he said, hey, I want to come see a circus show. And that's sort of that lit the spark, right?
Yes.
Well, before that, it was... All I'm saying is, he was a rainbow man who represented life at its fullest. And that's what I want. Even more than what we were going for before. Together, we're sort of living life now, aren't we? And before we were in the darkness. So I know we have things to do, and I want to do them, but the reason I want to find these people and rescue them is not to use them, and it's not because we've invested time in them, but it's because I love them. And we need to find them and rescue them but we're a team now. So if you're just using them or whatever, that's fine, and I'll support you, but I want to find them. I want to find them so that we don't go back to the way it was when we were hiding in the shadows and ducking into alleys to get away from people, and we were safe, but we weren't really alive, right? With these people, we're having fun and winning contests and killing bad guys and rescuing children, and it's amazing. And I hope you're with me on that. And I hope we are on the same page.
I like them.
That's a good start. I think they like you.
We are not hiding anymore. Well, not like we used to. And there is a certain amount of risk to what we are doing. And what I want is good. For more people than just me.
I know it is. And I want it for you. But we've used a lot of people in the past, and I just want to make sure we're not using these folks. Are we?
Well, we are about to risk our lives to pull 3 people we met 4 or 5 weeks ago out of the hands of a lot of dangerous people. Seems like a pretty good offer for them.
Okay.
I don't have any family. You're the closest thing that I have. And I have come to rely on you, and I am grateful for your company.
I couldn't do this without you.
Well, let's screw our courage to the sticking place and get them out of there.
Yes. Yes. Let's get them home. And let's kill Lorenzo. I have an idea. I know my last one didn't go so well, but listen, we can't fight these people. I've said it before and I'll say it again. But what we can do is exactly what they do. They go out and pick off people one at a time. Why don't we start doing that to them? Follow them, track them, see where they go home at night, and just pick them off one at a time. The weaker ones first, and then by the time Lorenzo knows what's happening, he'll be scared out of his mind.
You would get more defensive with time. I don't know. We don't know enough. I would like to find out where he sleeps.
Okay.
Head on. I agree. Not a good idea. We will take a roundabout way. let's figure out what we're talking about first.
All right.
Yeah.
To breakfast.
Invite her in.
I'll nestle in.
I don't even say anything. I just a firm hug. Let's go down.
All right. As both Neela and Keg have enjoyed a decent meal, not as much as you'd expect for the money that was paid, included for the evening stay, but a meal nevertheless. And
Hotel prices.
What?
Sex bacon.
Six.
eventually, Caleb and Not make their way down to join you.
When Keg sees Not, she pulls out a piece of paper and some kind of broken spectacles and goes, Not,
What's this?
I'm sorry.
What are you doing?
I said
Why are you reading?
that you were not good enough
Why are you wearing those things?
I'm trying to just give me a second. I'm sorry.
What?
I said you were not good enough for Caleb.
Did someone
You're
tell you to
very
do this?
nice. I'm trying to be nice. Just this is as painful for me as it is for you. Just give me 5 seconds.
Sure.
I'm sorry I was mean.
Can we get some hash browns or something?
You may be kind of weird, but you're also
I
nice.
think there was a verb in that sentence.
I am sorry. And when you aren't eating tongue, you're sort of cute. Love, Keg.
Okay, so a few things.
Do you have notes?
I mean, you don't need to sign it if you're saying it.
I don't know. I was writing. I didn't know if I was going to say it to you or just give it to you, so I panicked and I'm sorry.
Bo comes down the stairs, hearing the end of it, and just goes,
Thanks, Bo.
Speaking of
I could learn a few things from you. That was a good apology. Damn good.
Apology accepted. Don't worry about it. I have a thick skin about this stuff, and I know I haven't put my best foot forward with you, and we got off on a wrong foot, and to a brighter tomorrow.
That was much more eloquent than my note
I
was.
just made that up. I didn't even have to write it down.
You didn't have to write it down?
No.
Fuck, I'm so bad at this. And she shoves bacon in her mouth.
All right. So what's your plan?
We are going to go and meet the Mardoons.
Okay.
We are going to ask for Ophelia Mardoon.
I have a feeling maybe her business has something to do with Iron Shepherds as well.
Maybe.
We can hope.
Do you know anything about any of the families here?
I do not. But Neela would like to gather these good berries and on the way out, give one to each of those horrible sounding roosters. They need help.
So Neil is out there healing the roosters, and you're leaving the young, kind of
Love that song.
curly, red-haired, half-elven proprietor at the front kind of leans forward and says, "I'm sorry, I don't mean to intrude, but whatever it is you're after, good luck. And I hope you're on the right track."
Who the hell are you?
That's super weird. He seems like a nice, normal person here.
Is it a
Sorry,
female?
I'm Keelan. I take the early shift here. It's a man.
Okay.
Vibrant green eyes. But if I overheard you going to see the Mardoons, just listen carefully.
Listen carefully?
Listen carefully.
Like while we walk there, we should listen?
As you listen and talk with them.
Oh.
Oh, not right now, but when we are, yeah.
Well, I imagine we should also be listening carefully right now.
Yeah.
As well, though.
That works as well. But
Yeah.
What's wrong with them? Or what should we know? And
nothing. They're gracious employees. I enjoy my time here, but Just listen carefully. I'm trying to help, that's all.
No, I
Good
know, but
day.
why?
Yes,
we
be
haven't
off,
finished
be
it.
off.
It's
Okay.
very enigmatic, but we will. Okay.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Takes a little glass of tea and sips it.
Can I do an insight check on him to see if he's
Yeah, go for it.
sketchy?
I mean,
He's pretty sketchy.
Yeah, but sketchy, like, well, 8. Like, he's trying to fuck with us.
Where are your 20s, Ashley?
I know, I wasted them all.
It's hard to read.
Okay,
He seems forthright enough, but also guarded. It's hard to tell.
okay.
how long have you been working for the Mardoons?
For me, about 6-7 months.
Do you like the work?
I mean, it has its benefits.
You mean like
Not.
Be on your way and good luck. Sips the tea again.
That's totally what he means.
what are those marks all over your neck?
Badge of honor.
Did you get in a fight last night?
Not for real,
I
man.
mean-
Context clues.
You could say
Who won?
it's a nice little tossle. There's a nice square off. I'd say we both won.
Simultaneously?
I definitely won. We won a few times. Yeah.
Cool.
Neil offers really good berry too.
Really make my hickeys go away.
They definitely seem to recede a bit into
Holy
Strength back.
shit. This is miracle green. Oh my god.
a use for good berries I've not yet seen. in years of playing
Make a
D&D.
cosmetic line.
All right. So, as you make your way back out into the streets of the city, you begin to make your way back into the plaza, the Clover Plaza. Now, do you know where you're going?
Do I know?
You've not been to the estate, specifically because your employers are diametrically opposed to the Mardoons. But you know the vague idea of where it is, but you've
Okay.
never traveled there. You could probably ask around if you'd like, if you were to search for somebody who would hopefully be of help.
Could we have asked that guy?
You can go back and ask.
Should we go back and ask the creepy guy?
I mean, he seems to know them.
Yeah.
I guess so.
One more thing.
We're gonna go back and ask the creepy guy how to get to the Mardoons.
What? Oh.
Oh, Keelan.
Okay.
Hi again.
Hi. We should have asked this before we left the first time. Do you know where their estate is?
You're looking for them and you don't know where they are.
Yeah, man.
Northwest outskirts of the town limits, within the forest. Look for the dark red wood exterior.
Okay.
You'll find it, I trust.
Why are you helping us?
Because this place is a shithole and decent people are hard to find.
We'll let you know if we find them. Come on.
All right, you guys head out into the streets, and now it's interesting. As you head out into the plaza, it's much busier than it was towards the evening you were before. You see what looks to be almost like a small regiment of people, armored, geared up, weapons.
Oh, the timing!
How he does that?
Where does he get such wonderful toys?
Battle bards in Sirenscape. So you glance and see 20 or so of these figures, all in various types of armor and weapons. They're in lines, but kind of ramshackle. It resembles something military, but by people that aren't trained by military, or at least have any interest of in that type of regimented standing. You see, at glance, a few Empire soldiers, 3 of which in full armor, not Crown's Guard, but from the actual military, that are inspecting it up and down the line.
Is it like a militia that they're kind of forming?
It looks to be. You recognize most of the folks here to be Grudge Gang.
Okay.
You have a question?
There is a difference between Crownsguard and Empire soldiers. What is one higher than the other?
Well, there's the military. The Crown's Guard are essentially the general guardians of every township, and they do day-to-day law enforcement
cops, yeah.
and watch. And the actual military soldiers, you saw gathering on the outskirts of Zadash when the war first kicked in, and passed one of the large armies traveling eastward from up by the western side of the Sepulchral Ridge.
Yeah, I don't think we've ever discussed this, but is Caleb's father Crownsguard or Empire?
No, your father would have been low-level military.
Which is below both of those?
No, it's slightly above Crownsguard.
Okay.
So they're the Grudge Gang that we're seeing.
Yes, and in kind of watching as you pass by, you get the sense that it looks like the Empire is hiring mercenaries for the war. Coasting around to the north side, you kind of tell the group to make a wide berth outside of the trench, which is on the northern end of the plaza. And following the directive of Keelan, you head and start weaving towards what's called North Clover. Clover Street, you've now begun to know, is the large central street that is the one through line of the entire city. It runs all around the tree line of the Savalier Wood. It's strange and not straight in places, and it was designed to follow the southern border of this forest. The northern side of it, North Clover, is built directly into this forest. And make a history check, actually. And Caleb, you can make a history check too.
17.
Not bad. That works. You've known this place for a while. The Savalier Wood has been cursed for many centuries. The once green forest now stands at the kind of grayish purple ashen color that it now holds, and the superstition and mythology around it has allowed the city of Shady Creek Run to prevent Empire encroachment. They've built the city into this space, and every time the Empire has attempted to move forward, they've pulled back and used it as a defensive position. And essentially, over a number of conflicts, the Empire just gave up and let the region exist on its own. But it is dangerous, the wood, and the deeper in, the more dangerous it gets.
And the Sour Nest is sort of nestled into it, right?
It's nestled into the forest, even further north of where the city stops within the forest. So continuing on, you begin to enter the canopy of the South Savalier Wood. The shade completely consumes the city at this point, even though it's now mid-morning, and the clouds are broken up to where certain bits of warmth and sunlight would occasionally pass through the city. Now it seems almost like it's dusk immediately. Occasionally you see a leaf tumble past, and then another. It's almost beautiful, the color, but it does have almost a decaying sense to its meeting between gray and purple. It's beautiful in light, and then when it hits the ground, it almost looks like it's bereft of life. You don't understand the nature of this enchantment, or whatever this curse may be that you've heard of.
Yeah. Is there something wrong with the soil here or something? Do you know anything about this?
Don't like the look of it. Feels bad. Do I have something that can tell? Do you know?
Well, you're not familiar with this where you are from.
No.
You could do like a general nature check.
You can make a nature check if you wanted to try and...
I wanted to use Druidcraft.
Roll one of your
Saying no.
buddies. One of your buddies. That is
Plus 8.
14.
No.
Oh, 6
8
plus
total.
8. 6. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Try this roll plus 2.
Correct,
Yes.
yeah. This is beyond you. In all of your experience, and you're very connected with the land of the valley this far north, you've not encountered something like this. In the forest, the best you can tell is the forest still lives, but the nature of where it draws its life and this color is very unnatural, and
Like a
it
half-dead
spooks you.
forest? Like a...
It feels alive, and you kind of pick up the leaf that you saw tumble before you, and you feel it, and it still, brims with health. But it also off-puts you. You get chills, and you don't know why.
I don't need to check my smell bag for this.
All right.
I think stink pouch is still my favorite.
Yeah.
Stink
Pouch. Fine.
No. Smell bag is great.
Odor sac?
It's somehow worse than stink pouch. Like as far as what it evokes.
So,
Are there any animals?
make a perception check. Go ahead and roll again.
This one?
Yeah.
What was the name of the forest?
Oh, it hit that. Does that count? Can I roll
Yeah,
it
it
again?
still counts. Yeah, unfortunately. It's
8.
You don't see anything specifically. You do hear birds, so it isn't the rift of wildlife. So at least you get the sense that there is at least a symbiotic relationship with some wildlife in the bit of the forest you've been in.
I'd love to take one of my good berries to draw one of the birds and see if I might talk with the bird.
Ooh.
And see if it could tell us anything about the forest.
Make an animal handling check.
Ooh, look at this.
Druids. Druid stuff.
All in
12 plus 7. 19.
Whoa.
19. As you hold the good berry up, which with your arm length is a good 9.5 feet up towards the lower hanging branches, and you kind of give a little counter whistle to the sound of one of the birds you hear. And you hear a retort. Then you return it. Then it returns. And then down onto the edge of your hand, you see this tiny little black bird with what looks like a white stripe that kind of goes down the edge of each wing. It's kind of like, and starts kind of eating the good berry, kind of messing the edge of its beak.
Giant shitty rooster.
So yeah.
And so it's eating the good berry. What would you like to do?
What would we like to ask it?
I mean, first thing that pops into my mind is, do you know Kiri? But I don't think that's
You have to
relevant
stop
right
thinking
now.
that all people who look like each other know everybody.
Don't they though?
No.
All right. Maybe, how long has this curse been here? How long has the forest been spooky ooky?
And do they know how much further the Mardoon's keep is?
And are there any monsters out there?
That's too much, one at a time.
Okay.
How long has the forest been like this?
Are you using a spell or are you using your Furbolg ability?
Oh, I'm using my Furbolg ability.
Okay. That allows you to speak to animals.
Oh, yes, no, I have to use a spell. Yes, that's right. Wait. Which one is it?
Wait.
Which one? Do you know which one it is?
Speak with animals.
Is it
Speech of the woods!
Nina's just staring at this bird.
Speech of the woods.
Speech of the Woods is your full Furbolg ability.
Oh, that's my throw.
Yeah, you can-
I know I have it. I know I have it.
like
If you look on your spell list there,
Yeah,
Is she
the
okay?
cards you have prepared, do you have Speak with Animals prepared?
No, I know I have it though. I know. Oh, it's because I chose my spirit because I'm spirit totem.
All right, because you're
Because I'm
shepherd.
yes, I have speech. Yes, because
Yes, you do, because of your shepherd. You circled the shepherd. Alrighty.
I was like, you got this. I set this all up, and then I'm not going to be able to talk to the bird.
Alright, so
She's an iron shepherd. Kill her.
so you get to mark off one of your first level spells,
Yes.
and as you ask the bird returns, and you guys hear her whistle to the bird, and the bird whistles back, and quite a bit. This kind of beautiful little song that plays, and the bird conveys to you, far before my time. Far before my time.
It says it's been this way a long time.
Wow. I mean, how long is long for a bird, though?
They only live like 3 weeks, right? That's probably a bad question.
This bird lives a long time, I can tell you. This type of bird is not a short-lived bird.
Dagon can live to be 30.
Ooh.
Yeah, she's gonna outlive us all.
Would you like to ask it what is dangerous in wood?
Yes. What do we need to most? What is most dangerous here?
Be wary of spirits.
Ooh.
Be wary.
Spirits.
Be wary of bone-spurred beasts.
Bones. Bird. Beast. Okay.
Don't like it.
Doesn't sound great.
Do we need any? What other questions? Are you still needing to ask? Answer some more.
How long does the spell last?
Oh.
3 days.
The bird's just a party member now.
Lasts for 10 minutes.
Ooh, yeah.
How far are we from the Mardoon house? I don't know if the bird's
don't
gonna
think the
know.
bird will know the Mardoon
well,
house.
we can describe it. Redwood House.
Yeah, mansion.
Redwood Mansion.
All right.
Northwest-ish.
I'd like to send the bird mentally the picture of what that bird's eye view would be, and to see if the bird has seen that.
Okay. You kind of focus and express mentally and through small verbal gestures towards it the idea of this color and this shape, and immediately the bird takes off.
Follow the bird.
You guys all kind of start keeping up and kind of jogging behind it, and you watch as it goes like, it lands on a post, lands on a little roof, looks back at you, and it's kind of waiting and showing you a path through these streets, and in doing so, you're dodging past. Originally, when you walked in, they were like broken down tent cities and hovels and not a good space. Here, the road and alleys break down. It's more sparse. The buildings are further apart. It's less of like a gridded city and more of just a cluster of buildings that are generally more well made, and you get the sense this is the wealthier area. You, in your experience, know that the North Clover is where most of the tribes, the different ruling families exist and kind of claim their territory. So you move past a couple of buildings, eventually the bird bringing to you to what looks to be a beautiful 2-story estate that's just in the beginning stages of showing disrepair. The dark red wood appears imported, and the tall stone fence that encircles the building is topped with 6-inch spear tips. A few that look bent and off kilter, but still dangerous enough for somebody who wished to try and leap the 6-7 foot fencing. The courtyard houses a once beautiful garden that now turns gray with the winter. You can see rose bushes that have since kind of browned and withered. But the rose is still kind of slowly left there to dry and lose color. You can see in the center of this courtyard what looks to be a small fountain of some kind, but now it's filled with slushed snow. And here, the bits of the snow that have been pushed off the streets give way to this estate that's just kind of glaring now at the outskirts of the forest. And you can see beyond it is just wood. This definitely marks, at least at this part of Shady Creek Run, the end of the city before you begin to crest into the Savalier Wood itself. There are 3 individuals that are wearing simple chainmail that are just walking inside the courtyard. One has a crossbow at their side, the other just has a short bow, just kind of across the shoulder. One is kind of like sitting, kind of looking out. The other looks like they're eating some sort of dried meat from a pouch, and they glance over and watch as you approach and just kind of keep an eye.
Do they look like Taskers? Do they have the same armor?
They're not taskers, no.
Okay.
They're probably just guarding the place. Should
Hired
someone
hands.
want to go talk to them?
Yeah, that is no problem. Hello.
The one that's sitting kind of stands up and just puts his crossbow, like, just ready, not pointing it at you, but just kind of...
Yeah, we're good. We're good here.
What is your intent here?
We have been traveling a great distance. We are here to speak. If you don't mind, we have a message for Ophelia Mardoon. It can only be heard by her. We have been charged with this message. And no funny business. Hope that we could impart our message and be done.
I can take your message and pass it on.
Would you tell her that
A very refined gentleman from the south would like to pass his regards to her.
Make a persuasion check.
Yeah.
A southern gentleman.
Not very good at all.
Oof. Rough.
Yeah.
Yes. And there's 5 of you?
It is a long way.
And an important message.
Yeah. Only a fool travels alone.
I'll pass on the message. You'll be summoned if necessary, but kind of gives a motion over to the other guard who's finished eating and has also pulled the short bow off the shoulder and is kind of knocked an arrow into it.
Yes.
Gives a whistle, and the doors to the estate open, and you watch as 3 more guards emerge with crossbows, and one with a heavy crossbow at the ready, and they all just kind of keep them at the ready. Very, very close eye. One of them begins to patrol the outside of the building. You get the sense immediately that there's a general anxiety and tension at this space when strangers approach, and they're just being very careful.
Can I look around? Do I see anybody who's hidden, watching from windows up above? Anything that looks
Make
like we're
perception
being
check.
watched?
Not by guards necessarily.
21.
Okay. You glance up and you can see on the second floor there is 2 sets of double windows. They're paned. One of them looks to be partially open, and you can see on the inside there are curtains. One, the curtains are closed. The other is drawn to a side, and you see a figure looking out below. And it's as soon as you look up and see it, the curtain closes.
Did I catch a glimpse of what the figure looked like?
The figure looked to be human, though the skin was dark. That's as best as you can get before they vanished.
Okay.
I'm just smiling at the guards.
You see all the other guards kind of each place one of their weapons pointed directly at each of you. And kind of the quiet comes over all of you as this moment, the standoff continues for a minute. 2 minutes as the first guard you spoke to enters and closes the door behind him.
So, do you like being guards?
Shh. One of them kind of tightens the grip
Got it.
on this large, heavy crossbow. It already, notched backward, and the tension on the wire itself is it. This guy's looking like he's ready to fire.
We are all going to laugh about this later, I promise. Haha.
A moment later, the guard emerges from the doors. All right, stand down. They all kind of pull their weapons away, looking disappointed.
We are good.
Open the gate, and one of the guards, the guard who was eating earlier, puts the short bow over the shoulder, still looking wary, and all of them they're not moving from where they're standing, they're just keeping a very close eye on all 5 of you. Opens the gate. The metallic gate swings open, and they're all brought into the courtyard. As you begin to follow the first guard you spoke with, they all slowly kind of coalesce behind you, still keeping their weapons to the side, but ready if need be, as you're led to the interior chamber of this estate, the estate Sybaritic. As soon as you enter the main foyer, the kind of earthy smell of the forest gives way to what seems to be the lingering scent of a recent meal, as if the cooked meats and starches that were eaten maybe an hour or 2 beforehand still kind of permeate the air of this entryway. You see before you a staircase that continues upward, red carpeted, before switching back to a second floor. In that center landing, you can see what looks to be a very open window that looks down to possibly a backyard of some kind, but currently the view is just of the darkened leaves and bits of sunlight that break through. It seems like something that was built for a beautiful view, not understanding until it was completed that it didn't really catch much of a view amongst this forest, almost like the original builder had brought sensibilities from outside to bring him in, and it just was not compatible with this landscape. There, you see to the left and right of you art pieces that depict people. You can see individuals of different backgrounds, and you see one that appears to be of pure elven blood, with brown hair, difficult to make out the gender, but beautiful and standing very robust with a chin out and a wily grin. Oils, very well done. To the left of you, you can see the other portrait appears to be a woman with a very, very well-made dress with these large, almost puffs at the shoulders. It seems almost trying too hard to be aristocratic. It's kind of garish, but here you are. A moment later, the door closes behind you, and you're still being flanked by this bevy of guards, and you hear the heavy footsteps coming down the staircase. Turning the corner, you see a figure now framed. A little bit of light is coming through that window behind them. Stepping down, you see a woman, dark gray skin and ankle-length black hair that is just smooth and straight, that falls behind her. You see these bony crests of horns that curve up into these two large kind of points behind the head, and bright yellow eyes that are pupilless. A grin that shows two fanged canines as she descends. You can see her attire is very formal colonial style coat with epaulets, but it seems to be tailored to not hide her figure. She already exudes an air of powerful aggression and presence, and with each step that she takes down there, you can sense her immediately reading and seeing in and through each of you. Quietly, she takes the last step to the landing here in the foyer. So, you bring tidings from the gentleman, you say?
That is correct, yeah.
Well, you have invoked the name of my comrade. You have my attention, do not squander it. Why are you here?
Well, we will be plain. He has sent us. He has told us you are in need of assistance, and he has deemed us worthy to provide it.
Are you Ophelia?
I am.
Oh, just making sure.
Yeah, yeah, it's
It could
okay.
be someone else.
Thorough.
It's Gertrude.
I appreciate that. Well, so you are the help that he sent. Timely. 3 days earlier would have been better, but here we are. So I shall not fret on it. Thank you for coming. Be at ease. Go watch the back walls. Make sure nobody else tries to sneak in while we're talking. The guards all scatter except for two that stay posted at each side of the door behind you. So, how much have you been told?
Not very much.
He watches her eyes kind of look you from head to toe, and her tongue kind of runs across her lip a bit. I've had an open line of shipments to the Dash through our mutual friend for some time, a beneficial arrangement for many years.
Can I do an insight check? Did it look like she cast a spell just then?
Sure, make an insight check.
It's good.
25.
Oh, whispers.
Whispers.
Fireball.
Guys,
Man, D&D
D&D
Beyond.
Beyond is
Am I
a really
right?
good app.
So great.
It's like I can be on the shitter. And
You
if I
can
want to check
customize that, you
Caleb's
know.
spells,
I can?
You can with their new upgrades.
I could be mid-duke.
You can be mid-duke.
Mid-duke
You're
and check
mid-duke
my
right now.
spells.
Anyway, bringing it back in.
Shipments to the Dash.
However, my most trusted team of smugglers that handled that route and knew it well was slain a little over a month ago.
Do you know by whom?
Well, at first we thought it was maybe the dire beasts of the wood around us, but our internal priest was able to divine the source of their demise. at the words in the hands of the Jaggendots.
The who? The what?
It's the family that controls the Iron Shepherds.
The Jaggendoths?
Now,
Jaggendoths.
we've, as you seem to know this well, she looks over you. You look familiar. What is your name?
Keg.
Cake. I know that name.
I used to work for them. Not anymore.
At which point you hear the guards behind the crossbows go back up into position. You glance over your shoulder to see them both pointed. And what assurances can I have that I not need strike you down where you stand?
You don't have any. But I have a lot of information about them.
We just killed one of them.
Oh, that's true. That's better. We killed one of them.
Make a persuasion check with advantage.
That is a 13. Oh, I'm sorry, a 12.
12. Intriguing. Very well. They go down. So, we and these Jaggendoths have feuded for quite some time between these tribes. And many times it has come to bloodshed. But now, with the Grunge Gang and their task of making open justice rather messy, we must take to other means. We cannot deliver our retribution with hands that can be traced back to us. As this affects both the Marduns and the gentlemen, he is wise to send you, and this kindness shall be repaid in person. The Jaggendoths have slaughtered and stolen from us a major source of contraband and income. It's only fair we do the same in kind. We here, of the estate Seberitic, require you to cut one of the limbs of their business. Kill their best handyman. Hunt the Iron Shepherds.
One more time, please.
Hunt the Iron Shepherds.
Your accent is thick.
I have not been as far south as some of you, I can tell.
No, I appreciate hearing the old tongue again.
She says to you in Zemnian, well, stick around. Last I heard, they are still out on the route. But they live at the Sour Nest, a small stronghold not far from here. On the edge of North Clover to the eastern side. They have a number of hired hands that guard the locale. It's a difficult infiltration, but it's your best chance of catching them off guard. If you have other ideas, we are open to suggestions. Am I to believe that you have been sent, and her eyes kind of fall over Neela, as trained killers, able to deal with this?
Some of us are trained killers for sure, and we have picked up help as we have seen fit. Everyone here has been carefully selected, carefully vetted. And I'm sure that with your input on their mannerisms and habits, their routines, we will do quite well.
All right, let us hope that the priest was not incorrect. Either way, I would like to see them taken down a peg either way. So, do you accept this offer?
What all do you want us getting out of that house?
Nothing to get out of it. Kill everything within it.
When you say this can't get traced back to you guys, does that mean you can't help us at all? Give us any assistance as far as
No.
men, firepower, nothing?
We can offer maybe a bit of change to grease a few palms or bring some aid your way, but we cannot be traced to this at all. This needs to seem unrelated. A strange occurrence, a random act of murder within their home, so as not to quell this already boiling blood between us.
Do you think all of the Iron Shepherds will be there?
Well, I don't know. They're there often. But if you've made it this far north, perhaps you are better at finding this information than we.
We have come a long way. Is there any... You know them better than us. We're out of towners. Any tips to specifically deal with your problem?
Best intel we have involves that they hire their mercenaries from the Grunge gang. They prefer to find people with keen eyes and distant shot.
The Grunge gang, they've hired the entire gang, or just members of the...
Just members of the gang.
And where do they hang about?
All over the city. But the ones they've hired would probably stay within the estate.
They would stay there while they're under the employ of the Iron Shepherds.
Of course, that is what I do. And she refers to the two guards behind you.
Do you know?
Sorry.
Yeah. You can go. You sure?
You said that they're still on the road. You were led to believe that they're not. They haven't come back to Shady Creek Run yet.
I haven't seen them return yet, no.
Would you know if they came back? Do you have spies out there looking?
I have.
Because we saw them on the road and they were heading back here.
But if they've arrived recently, perhaps my whispers have not come to me yet.
But there's a chance the Sour Nest is empty or less guarded.
I wonder if they're hiring.
Does the Grunge gang identify themselves in some way? How would we find one?
They usually, and she kind of pulls back her sleeve, and you can see the kind of dark gray, almost black skin there beneath. You will find a burned crescent into the wrist of a member of the gang.
Burned crescent.
Let's get a fireplace and some iron and just burn the shit out of our wrists, and then we're instant Grunge gang.
Yeah. I even do that. Grunge gang.
Now the gentleman has us on, a meager yearly salary, but if we were to do this for you, does that include some sort of bonus?
Are you saying the gentleman has not paid you for this endeavor?
Not yet.
I was made to understand that was all taken care of as part of our arrangement.
How about something in trade? Just as a little added bonus, as a favor?
What are you asking for, if I might inquire? Little girl.
Oh.
And she leans forward with this kind of creepy smile that crawls across her face as she kind of eyes you up and down.
Here we go.
Kind of like her demeaning me with that little girl stuff. I'm kind of into it. Anyway, that priest you mentioned. Is he a pretty skilled priest? Would he happen to have any skills in reviving the dead?
You have a problem with someone beneath the earth. I do not know if our priest specializes in such abilities, and if they did, it would be for family only.
Sounds like he does specialize in those abilities. When you put it like that. Just if, exceptions can be made for friends and family. Friends and family discounts is a real thing.
You're mighty presumptuous. You might have better luck with any of the wandering crazies in the city.
What?
Our priest is not the only one.
Well,
She kind of cocks her head. If you're looking for help, you could look to the Blooming Grove.
where's that? Is that in town?
It's about 6 miles out of Shady Creek Run, to the northwest, a little farther from here. It's a burial grove, but there is a temple there and some
Bloomin' Onion?
strange kind of hermit of a priest is said to live there. Most folks are spooked of them. The family that once looked over that grove has slowly dwindled as the years have gone on, and they say the curse itself seems to hold it, but try that. Otherwise, you need to do quite a favor for us, as such magic is not inexpensive.
Killing all the Iron Shepherds isn't a big enough favor.
We've already been paid for that.
Yeah, this is a pre-existing arrangement. It's outside of negotiation at the moment. I understand you. We will take care of what you are asking.
Good. So that's what I like. Straightforward and working to the fine print. Very good.
Zemnian.
All right. So you don't want us staying here, I suppose. We should scoot out so you can't be traced back to here.
We'll lead you out the back route. Eyes on you leaving my estate would be unwise. So, and begins speaking in Zemnian to the two other guards, and you're the only one who picks up on the language. Says, "Please lead them through the back tunnel." At which point she turns around and begins to ascend the stairs, stopping and looking back over her shoulder, the hair kind of swishing with each step as she makes her way up, looking back, and the yellow eyes glancing back with the bright white teeth against the darkened skin. Do not disappoint me. I can be very frustrated when I'm disappointed. And turns back and makes her way back up the steps.
And we're left with guards.
Two guards, yes.
Yeah. All right, good fellows. Would you scout us out and point us in the right direction?
They wordlessly walk and kind of lead you around through what looks almost like a dining chamber, back to a small storage, almost like kitchen adjacent, though you don't see a kitchen yet. You can smell kind of that musty scent of stored oats and grains, rice.
Did I see any books on the way out?
Make a perception check.
14.
14. None down here. None of the rooms you were brought through seem to have any sort of a shelf unit or anything that carries tomes or books of any kind, unfortunately.
Man, fuck this podunk town.
Well, it doesn't seem to be very well-read people, though there are probably some. You're led into this storage room and down a staircase through a trapdoor. It's pulled open. You're led into this wine cellar, and then in the back of the wine cellar, they move aside what looks to be a case shelving for wines that are all kind of resting on it, some missing, others moving it there. There's a small tunnel that you all have to duck down. You have to nearly crawl through to get your rather large furbolg form.
Can I slide of hand and try to steal some of the wine?
Sure.
I was about to ask if I recognize any wine.
You're moving pretty fast. Make a perception check.
Okay.
Maybe I shouldn't.
Oh, it's
No,
too
do
late
it.
now.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. 18.
No good.
That's pretty good.
9.
9. Unfortunately, you can't see the labels the way it's rested. However, you do manage to grab a bottle of
Oh,
wine.
is that a
and kind of tuck it
Cabernet
inside. You guys are brought through single file through this tunnel until eventually met with another door. The guard kind of does some sort of like pulsed knock. It opens, and the bit of from this really dark interior, the light kind of hits your eyes, and you have to adjust for a moment. And it's really not that bright on the opposite side. It's still within the forest, but comparatively, it just kind of hits you. As you step out, there looks to be an older, drunk, like dirty, filthy-looking man who is completely sober and lets you out.
That's cool.
Yeah.
You are now in the middle of the forest, and you can see what looks to be a small bench and an overgrown well about 10 or so feet ahead and to the left of you that just vines have completely taken over. The vines themselves a similar kind of purple-grayish color as to the rest of the leaves. A lot of the foliage here seems to kind of fall into that same coloration. Not all of it, but a lot of it. So it seems to cross multiple types of vegetation. As you're escorted from this room, the two guards kind of give a nod, close it behind you. The old man goes and sits back, puts his bench up against this, looks to be the knotted base of a thick tree that's growing out of the ground where you had emerged from. Leans against it, grabs a jug, and just sits and looks at you.
Can I tell where the sour nest would be from here?
Or am I?
Make a survival check.
Am I supposed to? 18.
18. With how far you've traveled north, it would be like straight due east from here.
Okay. Sournest is east of here.
You know where you are.
Should we go run recon? Just take a quick scouting pass and see what we can see?
Let's put a little distance between ourselves and this place and this gentleman. And I will send Frumpkin out to have a look.
Okay.
So you make your way
Walk away from
through
this guy.
the Sevelier Wood, okay?
How is it, a long walk or a long travel?
It's from where you are now. It's probably about a 2-hour walk.
Okay.
'Cause it's to the far, far east side. It's technically past the. Let's see. I have all the locations here. Pardon me as I pulled up my notes.
While you look, I will say an important point of clarification. Once we are out of the view of this gentleman guarding the secret entrance, Caleb, walking with poise up to a tree, leans against it, bends down, and has a panic attack.
Okay, you were great in there.
Past the Gruff Slum is what it is. This is the far eastern side of it.
Past the gruff stuff.
The Gruff Slum.
Gruff slum.
You were great. You handled yourself so well. Man, you were like rock solid in there.
Stop it. I am nauseous. Let's go.
Give him a good berry.
I have a good berry.
Oh, yes!
That is sour.
It's a Pirin tablet.
Very feel
One
good.
moment. It will take effect soon.
Oh,
Okay.
in that way.
Keep it down.
Let's go.
It does warm your belly, and the warmth kind of spreads through your torso, and then it's like a. Whenever Jester has come and pulled you from the edge of death with the spell, it's a fragment of that warmth kind of from the inside of your torso.
Member,
Member Berry. Member Jester.
member clerics.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
Okay. So, following Keg through the wood, I would like you all to make stealth checks, please.
Stealth.
You are no longer under the outside of trace spells.
And you get all your spellbacks after sleeping as well.
Yeah, so you have
14.
25.
Oh.
17.
Smell
14.
you, Nancy Drew.
okay.
Man.
So Caleb's feeling a bit clumsy, but the rest of you, kind of keeping up the slack, have managed to kind of stop him at times and make him aware of his terrible attempts to stay out of sight and stay quiet. 2 hours of travel eastward.
We should plan.
We wanted to send Frumpkin
Yes.
out, yes.
We can send Frumpkin, but also we have another animal companion now. If you wanted to become an animal something or other and scout around, that would be acceptable, right?
That's true.
I would love that. What animal do you think would be the best?
Something
Maybe something small.
And something native.
Well, if Frumpkin's
that
a bird,
bird.
right?
Yeah.
So maybe we need something on the ground, like a weaselly thing or a ratty type of thing or
Well,
a roachy type of thing.
You said yesterday that when you were a horse first, and then you said you could only do it one more time or a certain number of times, correct?
Yes, I have 2 times now, right? Because I rested.
Correct, yeah. 2 times every rest,
I can
every
do
short
it
rest.
twice.
So if you were to become, say, a raccoon right now and go running around, that is one time that you cannot become a crocodile to eat somebody's face off.
Yes.
So
and
I
I would
do-
like to eat somebody's face off.
Okay. I think let us reserve that for now, because Frumpkin can do the job. Let's get closer to this place, and it will only take 5 minutes. He will go.
In owl form?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, he will only be able to see from the sky. We should still do that though, first.
Well, I mean, I could turn him back into a cat, but then he's slower. He can't get over
Sure,
walls. Maybe.
Right. Go
Just
for
send
it.
the bird.
Send a bird. Well, how far have we traveled at this point?
Well, about an hour into it,
Oh no.
a sound catches your ear, Keg,
Okay.
and catches yours as well. hear the kind of this faint breaking of tinder and dry branch.
Do I know what this is off the top, or must I make a check?
Just make a straight intelligence check.
Ooh, that's not gonna go well for anyone.
Unless you roll high.
20.
Nope.
Oh!
So
yeah, but it's -1.
So it's 0. Did I help?
you have no idea, but it sounds unique.
Ducks, you guys. It's ducks.
We're fine. Keep going.
Oh, great.
But Neela also recognizes it?
No, I think.
Or
No,
Bodo?
you hear it as well. What's your perception? Your passive perception?
14.
14. Actually, you'd actually hear it as well. And you guys all kind of put your hands out and stop and can hold still. You see a heavy shadow moving through the dense forest just south of where you are.
Nobody move. You wanna send an owl towards that shadow? See if Frumpkin sees what that is.
Yeah, okay, that's easy. I sit down on the ground and send Frumpkin into the air.
Okay. Into a branch, Frumpkin gonna take some of the low branches of these trees underneath the canopy and gets a look. And through Frumpkin's eyes, you see what looks to be like a black bear. But black bears that you've seen in passing before have been maybe 8 feet, 10 feet end to end. This one's closer to 15.
Ooh.
And about 10 feet to shoulder. Its fur is long and matted, almost greasy in patches. At the shoulders and the elbows and ridges on its face, you see bone protrusions like spikes.
Those were the bone spikes.
As it kind of comes through, you watch its large, heavy, almost exaggerated muscular shoulders kind of and it sits down on the ground and seems to have chosen a spot to take a nap.
Oh.
Do I have a sense of what aggroes it, or like?
Noise,
Okay.
people,
Okay. Everything.
anything that it could eat.
There is a very large black bear ahead of us, with bones coming out of its butt and stuff, and it is just laid down for a nap.
We have to be very quiet.
Can you do that thing again that you did?
That makes us all stealthy.
Stealthy. Yes, of course. So we can all sneak by.
I would like to cast Password.
Okay. So with that addition, everyone roll another stealth check since you are taking the bonus there.
What are we going to do?
Oh wait.
You do.
Damn.
Don't fuck
23.
me, Gil. Fuck you, Gil.
That's with the plus 10?
Without. So I'm like
33.
33.
But you do have heavy armor, so you have disadvantage on your stealth check. Remember that.
Do it real good.
Okay.
18. 23.
At 10.
Yeah, with 10 it's 23 again.
Well, there you go. So it's still pretty good.
Yeah.
39.
Yeah.
There's the numbers.
26.
21.
Wait, I rolled a D20 plus 10, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
And plus
And
your
your
spell.
your
Oh, plus my. Okay, that's why I was like, so it
plus
seems
2.
low. 25, 27.
27. No?
Nice. Nice.
As it's sleeping, the heavy breathing almost audible as you curve around the space where it is, trying desperately to not step on anything that would make a large snapping or shifting sound in its presence. You watch as another comes up alongside it and kind of you kind of waken slightly. And it kind of sits down next to it, and while it's not sleeping, is kind of keeping watch, and you watch as it releases out of its jaw onto the ground what looks to be a very bloodied and battered body of some person. You cannot make any details of them at this distance.
Dead?
And definitely not living. And as you begin to walk, you're going to hear the terrible crunching sound as its giant jaws snap into bone and tear into flesh.
You guys, Talison's a bear.
But you do manage to just skirt alongside of the pair without any notice from their side. Continuing onward. The secondary hour goes without issue. But you do begin to come upon the outskirts of your recollection of where the Sour Nest resides. You're still a good 100 or so feet away using the trees at your disposal, and you can see now the wall that matches the perimeter. It's a thin, maybe like 5 foot wide wall with a very, very flimsy rail across the top, but it is a walkway for watch guards to keep an eye out. And as you kind of glance at this distance, you can see one figure that's just kind of walking the perimeter at the top of the wall with what looks to be a heavy crossbow just at the ready, and they just stop and look out.
How dense is the forest around this place?
It's pretty dense. The travel, the reason it took 2 hours to get there is because you're going through the forest. Otherwise, on foot in any sort of open scenario would take you half the time.
So there's no manicured open place around, it's just nestled among trees and trees around it? Or?
It looks like there is manicure to be about a 10-foot distance between the wall and any of the surrounding trees, specifically to make sure that any sort of approaching individuals would be out in the open. And you can see now a little bit of light is coming through. It looks like they've cleared out a bit of the canopy, not entirely, but a bit of it to also prevent any low-hanging boughs or branches to curl into the interior of the walls. It's not a massive stronghold. It looks to be approximately a little larger than the estate Sybaritic that you are at, but it's more for function than beautiful decor. A lot of the wood seems to be old and weathered from rain and then dry seasons. It's just a kind of beige and gray looking establishment, pure function.
And our lot is hidden
off to the
in
side.
Trees,
yes.
Ways away.
You can barely see it above the wall, but the little bit you can see kind of has that visual, and you can see it's a mixture of stone and wood. Like the edges of the actual structure are stone, and then wood has either been placed over stone or wood is the intermediate construction material.
And the cart is not back.
From this perspective, you don't see where the cart would come in.
This is where we send an hour.
Sure.
So, I'm going to send him. It's going to take a moment. I want him to go around the entire place and keep an eye on it and watch it. Maybe 20 or 30 minutes. Are we good with that?
He could bring, in his talons, he could bring a little mouse and drop it in there. I'm just saying.
How will you and I could talk to the mouse?
He could, but the mouse couldn't talk back.
Wait, what's our plan here? We're just...
Well, for now, this is easy. We are going to send my owl now. If anything goes wrong, will you please tap on my knee 3 times, my left knee, and I go blind and send Frumpkin up.
Okay. So, Frumpkin makes it up from tree, waits a moment, tree. The one guard you see kind of doing their perimeter kind of notices and...
I tell him telepathically to just chill and sit there for a while.
After a minute or so, the guard just kind of keeps looking out, jumpy. From Frumpkin's view down inside, you can see the exterior of this. There is a large collection of brown wood kegs and a couple of small crates that contain materials that you're unaware of. You can see there are 2 entrances, one to the front and one to the back of the building. There are not windows, but small holes put into the wood. And from the inside, I should roll a perception check for Frumpkin, thank you. With advantage due to the form, because it is with sight.
Perception, you say? 22.
22. Looking through these curved kind of window ports about that big, essentially large enough to look through and fire through, but small enough to not really allow a person to push through. You can see there's about 2 inches of stone. So it is a stone structure that has wood kind of as a decorated exterior to it. So it's pretty solid. Down inside, you do see what looks to be about 6 horses that are hitched on the back side of it, and 2 carts and a third one that is currently being repaired.
Oh, those are our carts.
People, how many people do I see down inside?
Inside, you see 2.
One up top, yeah.
There's one up top on the wall. You now see Frumpkin, thanks to that perception roll, a secondary guard on the opposite side of the wall. It looks like there are 2 just kind of doing a perimeter pass, kind of matching each other so that at any given point in time they have a visual perspective on one or the other side of the estate. You see one more guard that is inside the courtyard, and it looks like 2 individuals that are not in general attire of the hired hands. Which, when I say like the guards are wearing the same kind of hooded cloak and armament as the 2 that were pulling the caravan up with them.
And those are definitely the caravans. The carts that Frumpkin sees are the ones that we...
They are very much, and the one that's been broken is the one that's been kind of carried along the way and, temporarily affixed for the journey, but now has 2 individuals of plain clothes that are in the process of repairing the cart.
So total 2 up top.
2 up top, one on the inside that's armed, and then 2 that are currently repairing the cart that appear to be unarmed. But you gather from the state of repairs that the arrival was probably not that long before you arrived.
So much for getting the jump on them.
So 3 guards, 2 hired hands. And were there 2 more just regular individuals?
No, there were 2 guards on the wall.
2 guards up top.
Only one you see inside the
One
courtyard.
in the courtyard.
Right.
And then 2 handymen. You don't really know what they're, if they work for them full time or if they're a temporary hire, but there are 2 men that are not in the general attire of the rest of the guards of the estate that are currently repairing.
They definitely don't know any ice magic.
Definitely sorcerers, definitely no ice magic, definitely. Is it accurate to say that if we were to find Grudge Gang members that were unaffiliated, that we could pay them?
If you had enough.
Okay. Because from where I'm sitting, I don't know how this is going to go much different than what happened before. We might need more people.
The Grudge Gang, they can be expensive, and also they're not keen on suicide missions if they have no stake in it. But if they have a stake in it, you pay well enough, and you have assurances and enough to back you up, we'll go with it.
Would the Taskers have more of a stake?
You're not sure. You've never really interacted with them much. You know of them, but because of your affiliation previously, you're pretty insulated from dealing with those folks. You grew up hating a lot of the bits of authority that existed around here, and now you're finding yourself having to eat crow for a lifetime of kind of.
It's like my thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's my new thing. To eat crow.
And did you say how big the structure within the wall is?
The structure within, I'd say it's maybe 50 feet on one side, maybe 70 or 80 on the other. It's hard to really gauge the full distance just from.
Okay.
So it's a fairly large estate that's been kind of fitted into a small stronghold almost.
Could make a distraction in the woods, get one of the guards' attention, bring them in one at a time, ambush them, take their wardrobe.
Or we can watch them for a while.
I mean, you have a sword that can teleport you. You could just bamf up onto the walkway with him and knock one off, and we could just kill him.
Between me and Neela, we could actually get in pretty quickly. I could get in with the sword, and she could be dropped in as a mouse.
The Iron Shepherds aren't there.
You don't know.
They might
Frumpkin
be,
doesn't see.
They might be
Frumpkin
inside.
doesn't see them.
They might be inside that.
Yeah.
And we can certainly kill a guard. That would give us a costume. But what does that get us?
It gives us. They find a dead man on their perimeter. I know that someone is fucking with it.
We can just drag his body off and feed it to a bear. Steal his clothes. They'll be like, "Where'd he go? Where did Phil go?" Oh, Phil. That old story. Or we could drop in mouse girl, and she could run around inside and find out if her son is in there and our friends.
I'm so confused because so the cards that we see were the ones that I've seen people go into before.
Mm-hmm.
So that, but we don't see the Iron Shepherds here.
And we don't see where the prisoners are being kept.
You don't see that.
No.
But
And
you
do I know where they?
You know. The basement below.
Okay.
There are 3 separate chambers. One that's for holding, one that's for breaking, which is torture, and the one that is for displaying, if they have any final approvals by the Jagantoth family that has an idea of where they should be sent to.
So this is our best chance because there are no Iron Shepherds here.
We don't.
We don't know if they're.
They could be inside. This is not any better
No.
than our chances on the road.
Well, then we do one of two things. We either send in Neela as a mouse to scout to see if the Iron Shepherds are in there, or we wait and we watch and we see who comes in and out, watch the guard shifts, see when the changeover is.
Yeah.
I want to go in.
A guard shift would be the most opportune time to attack. Is when they're changing shifts.
Do we have any interest in trying to get more people?
Sure. Yes. I don't know how much money we have.
Do I have a sense of how expensive the Grunge Gang is?
You've never hired any of them, so you're not sure, but the way to ask would be to go find one.
Right.
Also, looking through Frumpkin's eyes, was I able to see the entrance through this wall that the guards are up top on? What's the way in here?
On the opposite end looks to be ladders.
So no gate or doorway at all?
Oh, sorry. I thought you meant how they got up onto the wall.
Yeah,
my
my
apologies.
apologies.
No, there is a
Carts.
gate. There is a gate in the front, and there's a gate in the back. The gate in the back is actually both gates are 2 dark wood doors that have a brace set down that holds them in place. That is held and controlled from the interior.
Solid?
Solid.
No, none of this.
On both sides, it looks like a single brace that comes down from one side.
Okay.
And the back gate, is that press against the forest? Woods?
The back, both gates have about a 10-foot open space before it reaches forest. There are stumps and there are places where you can see trees were cleared out, specifically to kind of give that opening so that they'd have a good idea and good visual on anybody who would attempt to approach.
Keg, do you know if these people would have like a secret entrance into the basement, into the dungeon area? Tunnels?
You didn't work close enough with them to know of any secret passage. I mean, it makes sense. There might be one, but nothing that you've come across. Maybe if there is one, it's a well-guarded secret. You have no idea.
Has anything changed since last I was here that I can tell from what?
Not
Frumpkins are
really.
laying?
They're not into renovations.
Sure.
You know, if it works, stick with it.
Right.
Do the guards sleep here on the estate, or do they go home at night?
I assume they'd stay on these.
Yeah, they sleep on the estate. They're paid essentially live-in employee.
Guards.
I don't know how we do this.
I just want to see my son. I want to go inside.
You want to go in and scout around?
How long does your magic last?
Good question.
For you, it's half your druid level rounded down, so per transformation, it's about 2 hours.
Yeah, pretty long time.
And how do you get out if you are in a mouse?
Through a gate.
The gates are solid.
I thought they said there was like a.
That's why I
Is it
asked.
it is a solid gate?
Well, if she were to run out into the clear area, you could use Frumpkin.
To
as if
pick her
Frumpkin
up.
was hunting.
Hellevac her out!
Possible.
Owls eat mice. I'm just saying.
Yeah, they're good
It
at
makes
spotting them.
sense
Yeah.
in nature.
Yeah, could you make yourself a very distinct looking mouse, like a shock of white hair on the head, the mouse head, or something like that? Something unique.
So that your friend wouldn't mistake me for
Yeah.
some.
Correct.
I think I can.
Yeah?
particular type of field mouse.
You can do that.
I just want to get close.
Neela, do you promise that if you see your son, you're not going to try anything on your own?
I know I won't succeed, so I won't. I just want to get a look.
Sight in the animals.
Well, I'll help you find your son. Just keep it together in there, all right?
I will.
Now, here's the thing. Goblin Girl and Hobo Wizard have this spell where they can kind of talk into your ear. You probably won't be able to respond back as a mouse, except for maybe squeaks. Squeaks would
How about
maybe.
one squeak is yes?
Yes.
2 squeaks is no.
That's good.
3 squeaks is my son's been compromised. Please come rescue me. I'm dying in here. Please come get me.
Okay. 1 squeak, yes.
Yes.
2 squeaks,
No.
no. 3 squeaks.
Oh my god, everything's
It's
gone to shit.
Would comprehend languages work with a mouse or no? That would be a different spell, right? Speak with animals.
spell on a
Speak
spell
with
on a
animals
spell.
now.
It's
Yeah,
gotta be
comprehend language. It has to be spoken language or written language.
I agree, yeah. Okay.
But I'm not going to do 3 squeaks because I'm going to hold it together and I will come out. Right?
Yeah, KIT.
Yes,
Keep it together.
absolutely. You are a strong, powerful bolg. Are you sure you don't know Pumat Soul?
I knew you were going to say it. I knew it. You were doing so well.
What is that?
He's one of you. He's really there's 4 of him, so
He's
you really
one
can't.
of you. That's so generalizing and demeaning.
I mean,
I did not take
they're
it.
kind of all the same, right? I mean,
Now it's demeaning.
Matt drowns the future comments.
You must know Jareth, the Goblin King. Yeah, you are buddies with him.
all goblins are different.
Question: where this collection of barrels?
Green privilege.
The collection of barrels, are they on the inside in the courtyard? Or?
They're inside the courtyard, yes.
So how about we use that kind of collection of that barrel pile as your meeting point? We'll make sure that Frumpkin is watching the barrel pile, and you get back there when you're done scouting.
I'm up for it.
Okay.
Hey, you got this. And we're relying on you, so, don't fuck it up.
There's that word again. It has many meanings.
It's very personal.
Truth.
All right. Do you take your form then?
Yes, I
All
will
right.
take my form.
Oh my god, this
Field
is
mouse.
so exciting!
Which is Neela's large furbulg physicality just blinks down into this tiny little field mouse. Do you what characteristic of it do you want to stand out?
So happy.
The nice white stripe across the top of its from its head all the way down.
So it's almost it's like a skunk mouse, or like Striped from Gremlins. All right. So there is Neela in the mouse form.
Yeah, we didn't talk about the first part. Frumpkin's got to bring her in there. Buddy. Don't eat. Just carry her. Stay away from the 2 on the top, okay? And put her by the barrels if you can. If you can. Then come back.
Fucking kind of moseys up to the edge of your shoulder. Looks over towards us. Lands on the ground next to you. Kind of does a couple of hops up to you.
Offer my neck.
Oh god.
Yep.
For a brief moment, you all kind of inhale, and then you see the claws have just wrapped around the mouse's body. Suddenly, you're just soaring through the air, a sensation you've never had before. As Frumpkin makes his way over into the trees, make a stealth check for Frumpkin,
Yeah,
please.
okay. And as he's going to, I tell him, correction, find an out-of-the-way place to sit and watch those barrels. Stealth, you say?
Yes.
For my owl, so I have to go to the other page, the owl page.
Yes, you do.
Which I have ready.
You have an owl page on D&D Beyond?
13.
That wonderful
13.
service?
Okay.
Oh god, the house is full of tabaxi.
We sent in a laser pointer.
It's the best use of prestidigitation. Look at the red light. Look at the red light. As you're soaring through the boughs, the leaves and branches soar past the wind, past your face, you get that high view of down into the courtyard. As suddenly, you go into a steep dive, and within a moment, you are lifted back up and then dropped onto the ground next to one of the barrels. You watch as Frumpkin takes off, and the guard kind of glances over and goes,
Oh no.
and is going to go ahead and take a shot.
Okay. Take a shot.
Come on, Frumpkin.
Natural 5. It's going to put it at a 9. I'm pretty sure that doesn't hit.
Does not hit my ally.
Yes. Yeah, shit. You hear kind of muttered from over the side. Seems bored and just wanted to shoot at something that looked interesting.
You hear beside you, Arschloch.
But there you are in the courtyard now.
I want to go toward.
My terrible map of what I think based on what he.
It's not bad. So, immediately glancing around, you know, make a perception check, actually, as you were coming into the courtyard.
They're like these little Were the porthole windows in the wall or in the actual building?
They were in the wall of the second floor.
Of the building.
Of the building, yes.
Of the building. Okay. Oh no.
6.
6. It's hard to see any sort of specific areas where you can get in other than the main doors. There was a slight gap between the front door to the entrance and the floor of the interior, but other than that, with a quick little scooting around the exterior, it's the only entrance you see.
POV, 2 inches tall.
Yep, right at the bottom. This is some Honey I Shrunk the Kids shit now.
Oh man.
Should have talked to my friends before to get a plan. Neela's a little confused again.
So, you're looking at the building right there. You can see the 2 guards going along the wall. You hear the sound of work being done on the carts around the side, and all you see is that front door, that slight gap at the bottom. What are you doing?
I think I want to go underneath the gap.
Okay, so you
Yeah.
scoot, squeeze just under, flattening out your mouse body and making your way through on the inside. The immediate warmth hits you from the cold exterior of the forest. The inside is, as mostly being stone. Comparatively, the temperature is much warmer in here. Coming inside, it's still a flat stone floor. It's not very well decorated at all. If any, it's
So judgy.
Field Mouse is not looking at the decoration.
in the sense that comparatively to some of the other places you've seen here, it's
it's
just plain stone walls. It's very basic. It's so basic. As looking inside, you can see there is one curved stone staircase that leads up to the second floor. There is a hall that goes to the left and further down to one side. There is a closed door that leads into an interior chamber, and that's all you can see at the moment. So you have the spiral staircase up, the door ahead of you, and the hall that curves around the side.
You know it's down.
It's down where
Yeah.
where my son could be.
Yeah.
Sorry, so I don't want to go up the spiral staircase. What are the other 2 options?
Around to the side or a closed door.
This floor,
Okay.
upstairs, or downstairs?
Downstairs.
Do the spiral stairs go up and
They
down?
only go down, and so they only go up.
They only
go
go
up.
up.
Yes.
So I have to pick one of the 2 doors and hope that it leads down.
The door or the hallway, one of the 2.
I wish I had my
Behind
smell
you.
pouch. I'll choose
Door number.
the door.
Yes, it's
door?
a game show host.
All right.
Yeah.
So you squeeze beneath the door and immediately see what looks to be essentially a general mess room. There are a couple of tables and chairs that are kind of pressed up against them. The smell of alcohol and kind of stale, dried meat hits your nose, and you can see immediately sitting in 2 of the chairs what looks to be 2 members of the Iron Shepherds that are in the process of eating a midday lunch. One of them you see is a small male halfling. He has kind of a Weasley-looking face. He's in the process of finishing what's comparatively to his size a large tankard of ale, and eating some sort of heavy starch biscuit meal. Across from him on the other side of the table, you see a human female barbarian with kind of greasy curls of blondish hair that kind of meet with her fur shoulder and very tattered leathers just for decoration. And they're both kind of drinking and eating and talking about kind of catching off from the side of the ear. The halfling is seemingly mid complaint about how, it just kind of really ticks me off that we lost some good catches in the way up here. Boss shouldn't have been so careless with that, but I'm not going to tell him that. But, it's frustrating. And the woman kind of finishes a bite and a big swig of her bosom. Yeah, well, you gotta break some eggs sometimes. Like she's making some big pontification, some big statement is, wise words. And just keeps drinking, and they kind of go into a quiet state. But there's two of them now present, so you do know that at least they've returned, and there are some present inside. It does not appear that there's any other entrance downward. There is a secondary door on the opposite end.
Go to the secondary door.
Make a stealth check.
Come on, mouse. Come on, mousey poo. Yeah, that's good.
17.
Ooh.
Squeakers!
Okay. You kind of dart around the side, beneath a table, beneath a bench, and around the edge. None the wiser of your presence, they give no shits. You make your way and squeeze past the door on the opposite end, and there you come to what looks to be some sort of a suiting room. It looks like there are weapons that are kind of hung up on racks. You can see there are a couple of small wooden, looks like poles with dowels on the sides that are meant to hold armor, shields and things that are there. It looks like additional crossbows and things that the guards probably utilize at different points. This is an equipment storage room. There is another door to the left. Where you enter and squeeze underneath, there's a door to the left that you can go under as well. As you leave and pass that room, you head to a back hallway to this interior part of this level. This hallway continues down and seems to meet the hall that continued around the left side, and then continues on. To the right, there is another door that leads into another chamber.
Gotta do it.
Okay.
Down the hall to the right chamber.
Down the hall, right chamber.
This now I know that I didn't have to go down that other hallway, the first one, because it's already met up here, right?
Yeah, that's so the other hallway would have continued this way, and the hallway you're just emerging now meets with it.
Okay.
And then on that right side of it, there's a door that leads into whatever room is the next one over from that mess hall chamber. So you head into that room?
Additional room.
Heading down that room, it's a small closet-like room, and there is what looks to be a trap door on the ground.
That's it, but how do I open the trap door now?
Maybe there's a little crack or something.
All right, so that's what I think is my way downstairs. So I go toward the trap door, see if I can't.
Make a strength check in your mouse form. Roll.
Try and squeeze under. This is when a natural 20 is.
9.
Nine.
Oh, it was a 9.
Yeah, no. That's like I'll put that at like a -4. Your mouse isn't strong enough to budge the door that is currently.
Might be a hole in the floor or somewhere else.
I feel like that's the key, but I want to keep looking to see how many Iron Shepherds there may be in any other location that I haven't explored.
Okay. Make a perception check.
Right? 14.
Okay. As you're kind of pushing against the door, you do hear voices muffled from below. And you hear it sounds like a laugh, a deep, billowing laugh.
Can I gnaw my way through the door?
You can, and in a few days, you'll probably make your way through.
I hear a laugh. Oh, have I heard this laugh before?
You have.
This is enough for me. I know they're down there. The leader of the Iron Shepherds is down there beneath that trapdoor. That's what I believe. I don't know what to do now.
Can you guys talk to her?
I can send a message.
After a while, yeah.
I'll send a message saying, "Are you still alive?" She's still alive.
Somali, what are you gonna do?
I am going to stick to my mission to scout. I'm going to pull everything I have to go away from the trapdoor, knowing where it is, and I'm going to scurry up and I want to explore that spiral staircase.
Okay. So you're heading back into the cross hallway. Are you following down the hall or are you heading back through the mess room?
I'll go the hallway this time.
Okay. You screw it in the hallway. There's nobody in there, so there's nobody trying to hide from you. Make it back to the main kind of entryway. Head to the staircase and kind of... And it takes you a while to get up there because the steps are about that high each. And it's like a little jump, and you miss a few and have to like stop and skitter back up. It takes you a while.
Bottom legs.
Like the better part of about 20, 25 minutes.
Yeah.
But you eventually make your way to the second floor. Up there, you can see another hallway, and it seems like both, as opposed to the bottom floor, which had like almost an L-shaped hallway that went around, this one has a perimeter hall. And there you can see are those kind of porthole windows that are carved into the stone, 2 on each side. So as you come up to the top, you can see the hall kind of goes around, and there's a central chamber on the inside, or chambers if they're divided. You can see immediately on the second floor what looks to be a door directly available to the one that's just north of you, and you don't see any other door on this particular floor.
All right, let's crawl under that door.
Okay. You scoop beneath that door, and inside there you can see what are a number of beds. You see 4 different beds that are lined up, and you also find a familiar smell. Other mice. Specifically the urine of other mice. Yeah, this kind of, you kind of glance over, and in the corner you can see one of the comforters that has been partially eaten and pulled down and tugged, and there's a slight, looks like a hole in the stone on the edge, and you can distinctly smell that there are other mice that live in this space.
Is there anyone in the beds?
You don't necessarily know if they're in the beds at all. There's nobody in the beds, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's nobody in the beds.
And no people to be seen anywhere here?
No, not in this room.
Okay. What else can I cover? I want to cover everything and gather as much
Okay.
of the layout.
Okay, so we'll say as you move into one of the other rooms, in the next 2, you do notice that there are 2 other chambers. This upper floor is divided into 3 different chambers. There's the wide one that has the 4 beds, there's one that has 2 other beds, and there's one that has a singular large bed. This one room is almost like a master bedroom. You gather this is probably the room that Lorenzo sleeps in. It's a wider bed. It has, of all the other kind of middling elements of comfort, this one comparatively is more extravagant, more comfortable. The layers of cushions and... God damn it, Sam. Make a perception check.
Good. 19.
Semen stains.
You
Cross rays all over the walls.
Turn on black
That's what
light
the mice
vision.
are eating.
You look up, and there is like a makeshift table on the side of the bed, and it looks to be some sort of a stone platter that sits on there, and the remains of a meal. The smell in here is old and slightly decayed, like something had died. And you glance up and you can see what looks to be a bit of graying flesh and almost like a faint glisten of white.
I want to explore. I want to get closer.
Okay. There is an edge of the bed that you could eventually kind of scurry up and use that to kind of climb up onto the bed itself. You can see the bed itself is bowed pretty heavy. Like the actual bed, while it's wide, whatever weight it's carried from Lorenzo is like sunken rather deep in there, and so it's almost like a bit of a pit as you kind of crawl across it. The blankets kind of tossed and folded over. You make your way to the edge and look over into this platter, and what you see appears to be bones. Bones that are covered in strips and elements of leftover meat.
Do I know what kind of meat?
There is a skull. A tiny skull.
Oh boy, that's not good.
An animal?
An animal.
Not animal.
I'm almost about to squeak 3 times, but I'm going to hold it together. I want to get out now.
Okay. You make your way down off the side of the bed and into the hallway and begin to turn around towards the staircase down. As you begin to descend the staircase, you hear heavy footsteps making their way towards the base of the stairs. You hear the shifting of leather. Make a stealth check. Well, with the mouse's
Oh, right.
dexterity, which
Oh, that's probably better with the mouse than with my...
yeah, right. It's no bonus. So what'd you roll?
7.
You've got luck.
Oh yes, thank you. Luck, thank you.
Use that luck point.
I'm using my luck point.
So roll again.
Ah. All right, come on.
Hell yeah. Please better.
Yes. It's allowed. It's allowed.
Oh no! I am so thankful because as you come down that staircase, you see looming up towards the muscled form of a tired but intent to kind of peruse his domain, Lorenzo, making his way up the same staircase. No glaive in his hands. And as you step up, you manage to wait for the right moment, kind of hiding in the shadow of the step. As his legs cross over to dart down and make your way, doesn't see a thing.
Jesus Christ.
You make your way back down into the main entryway to this. Back out under the main entrance, under the door. You're now into the courtyard. You head on over to the barrels.
Yes.
Frumpkin, who's kept watch, specifically sees the mouse return and darts down, snatches you up in your form, and then swoops up. Make a stealth check for Frumpkin. That same guard is getting, he's like,
Oh, please.
That's 17.
Oh, shit.
17.
Yeah.
Glances over and sees Frumpkin dart down and goes,
Son of a fuck.
I got you.
Oh no.
However, still, well, I mean, good for you. Still a natural 2.
Not that. Oh, okay.
So, yeah.
I'm okay.
Just with that, another bolt goes off. Frumpkin up into the trees, back down. You guys there waiting patiently. Watch as the owl returns and then onto the ground releases the mouse form of Neela.
Wow.
Awesome. Oh. So what'd you learn?
She's still a mouse.
Can she become not a mouse?
I
If she wants to.
Yes, I would like to shift out of the
Okay.
out of my mouse form.
Tell us everything.
That was awesome.
What was?
She didn't die as a mouse.
That's true.
She turned into a mouse and then came back when helivacked out by your bird cat. That's awesome.
Did you learn anything?
I did. It's I don't know if I saw my son. I know where they're keeping people. I know where they're keeping their prisoners. There's a trap door. You can get through it, through a mess hall, and through another room or through the hallway. There are two Iron Shepherds eating in the mess hall. There are, I think, many under the trap door.
Many?
Well, I saw beds. I saw 6 beds. Six beds plus a big bed. And the big bed belongs to the leader.
What do you mean you don't know if you saw your son?
He was eating something. I don't think it was him. But it looked like he was eating.
One of these in the mess hall?
No, just the leader. Just the leader was eating something that didn't look like an animal. And it looked small.
Jesus Christ.
Like my son's size.
How many people? You said 2?
There were 6 or 7 beds. And I heard voices under the trapdoor. I know they're there. My son is not dead. He's there underneath the trapdoor.
I pulled some paper out and I said, can you draw these rooms?
Yes, I will do my best.
I'll have an actual sketch
Oh.
for you next time.
That's all. Let's go.
All right.
They're there.
We know there are members of the Iron Shepherd here. And we know they have beds here. Wait till the fall of night.
Yeah.
Maybe we
Take out the guards. Kill them in their sleep.
still would like some help. Maybe one extra hand?
How much time do we have until nightfall?
Yeah.
Until nightfall, I'd say with the 2 hours travel from the morning, you have probably another 6, 7 hours.
And how long travel is it to get back to town?
If you're heading straight south to the town, it's maybe another hour.
Oh.
Maybe
it's
less
not
than,
as
actually,
far as I
well,
thought.
a little less than that, maybe.
It's not as far as I thought.
About an hour, actually.
I
Get to
wish
get to
I
town.
knew if there was another entrance or exit underneath that trapdoor. I couldn't get in. But I heard the voices and I heard many people under there.
If I know anything from my time in the criminal underworld, it's these people always had secret passageways in and out. We could do kind of a wide walk of the perimeter, see if we find anything out of place in the forest.
Sure.
See if there's a path, and then if we don't find anything, make our way back into town. Look for a hired hand.
Well, I like the idea of an extra hand or two to back us up, but I also agree with you. We go in at night. We try to take the guards out who are watching quietly, hopefully. And if that is the case, we can go in and get our friends, and if we do that successfully, then we can burn these ones in their sleep.
Again with the burning thing.
I like it.
Write what you know.
So, let's search around, see if we can search the woods.
Do a perimeter check.
Perimeter check.
Looking for secret entrances.
All right. Well, I will need
Super
both stealth
stealthy.
checks from all of you.
Super stealth.
I'm at
Stealthy
disadvantage.
searching.
Hmm?
I'm at disadvantage.
Your disadvantage for stealth check.
Any juice left in
Well,
you
I
to
got a
help
1,
us
so
sneak
there's not going to
around?
get much worse than that.
Boy.
Or are you tapped out?
As you're having this discussion, what you can only amount to be like a large pile of pots being dropped into the ground. Keg gets her foot caught right underneath a nearby tree root and just onto the ground. Kind of glancing over, you immediately see that one guard that was shooting at Frumpkin kind of goes like, "Hi." Hey.
Let's run back to town.
Run! Yeah, run! We run back to town. Fuck the perimeter search.
Heading southward to town, or where are you going?
Southward
straight
To
south
town.
All right.
Away directly from the building.
All right, and you guys go running as fast as you can towards town.
Sorry.
Charging through the Chandelier Wood to find what hopeful aid or fortune you can. And that's where we'll end tonight's session.
Good game.
Great game.
Guys.
I didn't have it in me anymore to do anymore. I've already seen such scarring things.
All right, so we'll pick up on that next Thursday.
Bummer, dude.
With both Smiley and Ashley.
Oh!
Look who's here!
What is this guy?
God damn it, you people. Hi.
Hi, I'm Taliesin Jack.
Hey, buddy.
Hey.
How was it from the lobby?
It was about 10 seconds behind. Mostly.
Right.
Hi, guys.
Were you the little boy being eaten?
I was in fact the bear, but thank you everyone who was guessing. I was the bear.
Missed an opportunity.
Not yet. Ah.
I know.
Okay.
Maybe next week. We'll see.
Maybe next week.
Anyway, thank you guys. Amazing job. Smiley, amazing.
Yes.
Jumping in and kicking ass.
Neela!
Yeah, thank you guys for coming along with us. Those of you who will see at Comic-Con, we'll see you there. If not, you'll see our panel on Tuesday in place of Talks Machina, so you can get caught up. In the meantime, just know that we love you. Have a wonderful weekend. And is it Thursday yet? Good night.
Let's go out.